Hey, just want to read this donation off real quick. The Littlest Gizmo, $5, said, "Can't stay today because I want to avoid spoilers, but since I missed the last stream, I wanted to donate before I left. See you next time." Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. I'll be here in just a second, guys. Hi, everybody. How's it going? Are you having a good week? I'm having a good week. So to give you a little bit of an explanation real quick, if you didn't catch it, tomorrow I was originally gonna do the stream tomorrow at 7, my time. Like, well, I usually do these on Friday, but anyway, you know what I mean. But that being said, the reason I'm doing it today at 4:30 instead is because originally I was supposed to do a Q&A stream with my dear friend Key over on the Key Chu channel, but unfortunately, apparently the Australian power grid is having a time because there's a big blackout over there, which means that we can't do it today. So we're hopefully swapping it out and doing it tomorrow instead at 4:30 my time, CST. So hopefully that'll be on tomorrow at the time it was supposed to be on today. But since we're not able to do that today, I decided to go ahead and move Umineko to today, because if I didn't do it today, then I wouldn't be able to do it tomorrow. So, you know, life is truly full of mysteries. Some of those mysteries we are going to be trying to solve today, I'm sure, as we continue our endeavors. But I mean, I don't know what could be happening, because obviously Ava's the head of the family now, so nothing bad will happen. I mean, I don't even know why there's so much of an episode left. Also, I did want to go ahead and give you guys a heads up as well. I looked basically at like what we have left of this episode, and I split it evenly into halves. I figured out like what the halfway point of what we have left is for today's stream. And that does mean that I'm actually going to have to stop in the middle of a chapter today, but thankfully it's around a scene transition, so it's not going to be too abrupt. I'll let you know when it happens. And it's still going to take a while to get there. So, don't worry. It's not going to be a short stream. It's going to be about as long as usual. Anywho. Rosa returned to the lobby. It was still her time to rest, but her expression made it look as though she couldn't sleep deeply with all this tension.
You have to force yourself to lie down. It'll get tough for you later on at this rate.
Thanks for caring. I just can't sleep. I went and took a shower at least, so that will be enough. the next person can rest. What about you two, Kirie-san, Rudolph-san? What will we do, Rudolph-san? Will we rest?
You can rest if you want. I'll stay awake. That's the only manly thing I can do right now.
Okay, Rudolph.
Then I'll stay awake. Staying awake with my husband is the only womanly thing I can do right now. You two truly are close. As are you two.
It seems that Ava and Hideyoshi-san are out cold. It appears as though, unlike Rosa, they can't fight against their rage.
As though in response to those words, the door to the hall clunked open. Ava and Hideyoshi returned from the guest room.
That's none of your business. Oh, Rosa, are you still all right without sleeping? What about you, Nesa? Why not take it easy and rest? I just can't get to sleep. After taking a shower, my drowsiness faded away. Rudolph, Kirie-san, you can rest if you want.
Yeah, thanks. For now, the sentiment alone is enough. Why don't you go first, Aniki? How kind of you, but I cannot rest first. This is the most I can do as the oldest brother.
Do not worry. The two of us will be awake until the end.
Until the very end. Astral Thunder, you have not missed anything at all. We just started. They're basically just doing the like, no, you go to sleep first. No, you go to sleep first. No, I insist. You go to sleep first.
More importantly, Ava-san, are you alright? You look a little pale.
Come to think of it, you're right. You're feeling a bit hot, you know.
Hideyoshi put his hand up against Ava's forehead. It seemed that Ava wasn't feeling her best.
Told you so. That's what happens when you break your daily cycle at your age. Is it a cold? Natsuhi, could you call Dr. Nanjo down?
Yes. I'm fine. You don't have to make such a big deal out of it. I have some medicine, so I'll be fine. I tend to get a fever when I'm tired. Don't worry.
Uninspired name. Okay, Marcy, which of these ladies would you give a gun to if you only had one? This is an important question. Like, gun to my head, I have to give one of them a gun, because if I have the option, can I just not give them one? But if I had to give one of them the gun, it would probably be Natsuhi, yeah. Daniel the Spaniel, do we know that the previous stuff actually happened? Not gonna answer anything about the witch stuff, obviously, but as far as, like, Ava finding the gold and, Rosa being there and everything, yes, I could confirm that definitely happened. It's not like, this is just, they went back to the guest house. There was just a little time skip. But, yes, that did happen. Daily cycle, he means routine. Yeah, just a little awkwardly worded. He is talking about her routine, not about that. Okay.
Nason, take it easy, okay?
Thank you.
When my siblings gather with me around, I get the feeling everyone is talking behind my back. It's a persecution complex from long ago. Sorry, okay? I won't say anything. I would never say something bad about you when you're away. What is it? Nason, you've been acting strange for a while, you know? Shouldn't you get a little rest now? You're right. I started thinking about raising money by March, and it made my headache even worse. That isn't good. Rest. I'll restrain myself so that your headache doesn't get worse. I've had a bad headache myself for a while now. Thank you. Well then, I'll count on what you said and rest for a while.
What's up, Ava? Why so bent out of shape all of a sudden? Sorry about this. Please let us rest a bit longer. Sorry.
After putting his hands together as though praying and apologizing several times, Hideyoshi went after Ava and left the lobby.
I don't like this atmosphere. Everything's so strained.
That's no surprise. There was a murder earlier this morning. And since then, we've been eating canned food and holding guns. It's natural that we would start to build up stress. I wonder if the kids up there have also built up stress. I'm worried about Maria. She tends to get irritable in times like this.
Just then, they heard the sound of wild footsteps from upstairs. The guest house wasn't a cheap building, so if they had been any normal footsteps, there was no way they would have heard them. It was like the sound of someone stamping their feet in frustration. And not a moment later, in addition to the apparent sound of feet running out into the upstairs corridor, they could hear Maria calling, "Ooh, ooh, ooh," over and over again, sounding displeased. Rosa grabbed her head, ruffled up her hair, and voicelessly moaned in anguish. The adults conscientiously turned their backs to her, pretending not to notice. The noisy clamor came downstairs and flew into the lobby. It was Maria who was sobbing, the other children who had come down with her, and Nanjo. In other words, everyone on the second floor had come downstairs because of Maria's tantrum. Rosa couldn't hide her dizziness at the scale of the annoyance her daughter was bringing to everyone.
Sorry, Auntie Rosa. We tried to calm her, but she just wouldn't listen. What is it, Maria? Could you be a little more quiet? Everyone's looking.
It's that rose of hers from the rose garden. She suddenly started saying that she was worried about it. I think she's half asleep. She suddenly woke up and started going on about how worried she was for that rose. Maria-chan, calm down. That was just a dream.
That was Beatrice and mine's rose. So if I don't take care of it, Beatrice will get mad at me. It might be broken again.
Listen, I'm telling you to quiet down a bit, all right?
The children were taken aback by the sudden rise in the tone of Rosa's voice. But Maria's crying just grew louder and her tantrum just grew fiercer.
Rosa-san, you mustn't scold a child so bluntly without attending to what they say. In times like this, it's good to give them some more milk or something. Is there any here?
The milk we served in place of breakfast earlier was the last.
Doesn't anyone have a sedative to use on kids? You know, those silver pill things?
Of course I do! Yes, I'll search for them now and make her take them.
Without hiding her displeasure, Rosa grabbed her handbag that she had placed on the sofa and fished around for the medicine. Also, uninspired name, would you give Battler a gun? If not, do you think he can at least have a super cool sword? I think Battler would want the super cool sword anyway. I think Battler would be better with the sword, personally. I don't know that I would trust him with a gun. Not because I think he would be, like, evil, but just because I think he would be irresponsible. Also, yeah, Rudolph just being like, oh, why don't you just drug your kids? Like, come on, dude. It seemed that she had brought some child-use sedatives for Maria's tantrums. She found it and tipped the bottle into her palm, but it seemed to be empty. Irritated, Rosa shook the bottle several times, but that didn't change the fact that nothing was in there. Hi, Ire. Hope you're having a good day. All the while, Maria's crying was growing more and more intense. Meanwhile, Ava was lying in bed, covered by the bedding. Hideyoshi returned from the washroom, folding a handkerchief soaked in water.
My, this is one nasty fever. I'm sure it's the poisonous air at this family conference that got you. For now, you can forget all about the other relatives. All right?
As Hideyoshi spoke to her kindly, he set the soaked handkerchief gently on Ava's burning forehead. Ava rested her own hand on top of his.
Your hand feels wonderfully cool.
My hand feels wonderful. Your fever must be pretty bad. No worries. Medicine will start working soon. Plus, my hand's a magic hand. If I just put my hand up against your forehead like this, see? Any fever will melt right away.
You're right. Your hand always makes my fevers fade.
Yep. No need for a doctor when you've got my hand. Don't worry. Close your eyes. The fever will fade right away thanks to my magic.
Yes, I know. I can feel your magic.
Hideyoshi was about to say they call that the placebo effect, but he stopped. If Ava said that she could feel magic from his hand, then that was all right for now.
I wonder if magic really exists.
Yeah, sure does. Only those who believe can tell, though. There's actually a lot of magic like that out in the world.
If magic is real, then I wonder if witches are real too.
Oh? You mean that witch of the forest, Beatrice? She probably does exist for those who believe. Just like God. Won't show himself except in front of those who strongly believe.
You know, long ago, I was able to use magic too.
Oh? That's so. Then you've been a witch once too.
You know, whenever I had a dream that I wanted to come true no matter what if... no matter what, if I wished strongly and tried hard, it came true every time. With my magic, my grades were always the best, and I even became the student council president, and got into the university I wanted by my own ability. Everything I wished for was granted.
That's right. Your magic was always a thing to be reckoned with. You're definitely a witch. And you work harder than anyone. I know all about it.
You know, ever since I was a kid, the whole time, there's been another me inside of myself, who always supported me. And that other self was a witch. I didn't believe in Beatrice, the witch of the forest. I always believed that if a witch of Rokenjima did exist, it was the witch inside my heart. I'm so grateful to that witch inside myself. I'm always so grateful that she let me meet up with you.
You're always too timid when you get sick. Don't say anything for now. I'll stay like this the whole time, till your fever's gone down, okay?
Yeah. No matter what, don't take your hand away. Somehow, I feel like I'm becoming something that isn't myself. And it's been scaring me for a while now. I get the feeling that the witch inside of me was provoked by Beatrice, is growing stronger and stronger. Somehow it feels like she's going to swallow me up.
It's all right. As long as I'm with you, there's not a thing to be afraid of. Remember the time we went to that dangerous country and the whole bus was robbed? I repelled them.
Honey, you just handed over your gold watch and begged them to go away. It was pretty lame, but it was cool. This hand, please don't move it away, no matter what. Not even if I fall asleep. And even if something creepy sneaks inside. Protect me.
Yep, leave it to me. So stop worrying now. Get some sleep. The medicine and my magic will start working real soon.
Ava finally calmed her heart and closed her eyes. Just then, the sound of a door being opened violently from the direction of the lobby. It seemed that Maria was having a tantrum, and screams of ooh, ooh could be heard, along with Rosa's rebuking yells. That was probably very annoying to listen to. Or maybe it was taking a toll on her headache. Ava moaned as though in pain and buried herself in the covers. It was easy to guess what was happening. Maria had probably had a tantrum for some reason, gone down to the lobby, and when Rosa had scolded her for it, they had begun arguing. As Menlo Marsalis points out, I think it has been stated before that, like, the Ushirimiya family is not particularly religious, and neither is Kinzo. And then, the looks of the rest of the family had been too much to bear, so Rosa had taken Maria out into the corridor. Hideyoshi had no desire to interfere with Rosa and Maria's problems. But just for now, since Ava's condition was so bad, he wanted he wanted them to take their ruckus somewhere else. Which Ushiramiya would you get along with the most / least? I feel like I would get along pretty well with, like, Battler and Jessica, probably. They seem like the most chill, in a manner of speaking. Get along with the least. Probably somebody like Kraus or Rosa, unfortunately. Like, yeah, I just wouldn't be able to stand her for very long, especially if she started yelling at Maria. Oh yeah, George too. I mean, I feel like George is at least, like, quote-unquote polite enough that you could sort of, like, you know, you could tiptoe around him, but yeah, it would be difficult. Oh yeah, Kinzo also.
Wait a second. I'll go ask him to keep it down.
Come back quickly.
Don't worry. I won't leave this room.
Hideyoshi removed the chain, opened the door, and stuck his face out into the corridor. He immediately met Rosa's gaze.
Everything all right, Rosa-san?
I'm sorry. Did all this noise wake you up?
Maria-chan, sorry. Auntie Ava isn't feeling well. She's trying to sleep. Could you quiet down a smidgen?
Maria's tone didn't change after being asked by Hideyoshi. She kept whining and repeating, "My rose, my rose." Rosa slapped Maria's cheek, lifted her up while covering her mouth, and carried her off toward the entrance, trying to at least put some distance between her and Hideyoshi's room. They would still probably be clamorous for a while yet, but he had at least warned her. Normal Gaybro, yeah, we did unfortunately have to suddenly reschedule due to something basically like preventing Key from streaming at the time we were supposed to. So I had to swap out the time slots. Hoping that Rosa would show her capabilities as a mother, Hideyoshi closed the door. Hideyoshi, dude, you just saw her. Okay.
Is Maria-chan crying again?
Looks like it. It's tough for Rosa-san, too. When you think about that, our George is almost too good to be true. We should be grateful.
Dude, Hideyoshi, that sucks. Yeah, rare Hideyoshi L.
You're right. Hand.
Oh, sorry. There you go. It's the magic hand.
He put his hand on Ava's forehead again. Maybe there really was magical power in that hand. A truly peaceful look rose to Ava's face, and bit by bit, she began to drift off into the land of sleep. As he had promised, Hideyoshi kept his hand on her forehead. Yeah, just a quick warning that this Rosa stuff is probably going to continue just a smidgen bit. It probably won't be really long, but yeah, just so you know. By the entrance, with her hand still against Maria's mouth, Rosa was at a loss for what to do next. She had been unable to withstand everyone's gaze in the lobby, and had yelled at the children to go upstairs before dashing out of the lobby. And when she went out into the corridor, Hideyoshi had told her that she was being too noisy. Where should I go now? Where should I take this child who's having a tantrum? She felt as though she was about to cry in frustration. As Maria kept struggling in an attempt to scream, Rosa put her mouth up to Maria's ear, and tried to persuade Maria in as calm a voice as she could manage.
Maria, you really want to see the rose that much?
Maria nodded her head several times, moaning, ooh.
Why do you want to see the rose that much? I'll listen to you, so will you tell me quietly? I'll hit you if you scream.
My rose. Beatrice revived it. It might have broken again. I'm worried about that. Can't sleep until I make sure.
It seemed that she was still making a fuss about that marked rose from yesterday. Holy crap, Bootsby with the 30 pounds. I've been wanting to catch a live to say thank you. The read has given me a chance to relive the series while getting to see the reactions of my friends. This is from us three. I hope you stay healthy and happy. Hey, thank you so much. I hope your friends are enjoying this, and I hope you're enjoying the wildness that is yet another Umineko reread, because boy oh boy do you really catch things going through this series on a repeat read that you don't the first time around. But yeah, thank you so much for your generosity. I hope you all are enjoying the read-through. Rosa felt her headache throbbing again, but she was at least a little relieved that Maria had now stopped her screaming. Anyway, everyone is having a hard time right now, so don't bother Mama and everyone else. You can worry about that rose all you want tomorrow, when it stops raining. So just listen to me for now.
No! No, 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 no! My Beatrice's rose!
Rosa reflexively covered Maria's mouth. She had spoken a little too harshly and gotten her agitated again. Rosa realized that it was partly her own fault. And clicked her tongue in self-hatred. But Maria thought that was directed at her, and her crying grew even fiercer.
I'm begging you, be quiet. What can I do to make you stop crying? What should I do to make you listen to what your mama says?
Abruptly, Maria stopped crying unnaturally fast. Then she turned around and muttered,
If I can see my rose, I'll be quiet until tomorrow.
Really?
Yeah. If we go to the rose garden and see my rose, I'll behave. I mean it, Mama.
If it would keep Maria quiet for the time being, Rosa thought that even going out into this wind and rain would be a small price to pay. She did think it might be a bit reckless, but in the end, no murder or anything of the sort had actually occurred. All of that clamor since this morning had been a farce set up by Kinzo. If you carefully thought about that chain of locked rooms, it communicated more clearly than anything that it was all an act by the victims themselves.
Will you really listen if you get to see the rose?
Yeah. I mean it, Mama. Ouch!
Rosa didn't overlook that creepy laugh and lightly hit Maria with her fist, and she shrugged as though giving up. Fine. You have one look, and be satisfied. Understand?
Yes, Mama. I promise.
Once again, Rosa tested the weight of her gun. It's all right. It's only a farce. There was never a murderer on this island in the first place.
Damn it! Wait! Auntie Rosa! Are Auntie Rosa and Maria the sacrifices for the second twilight? Damn it, damn it! Someone noticed them! Tell them to stop! What are those guys in the living room and us kids doing?
They're being considerate of Rosa's pitiful relationship with her daughter and are forcibly changing the subject. The group you're in went upstairs and are talking about something else while watching TV.
God damn it! Someone noticed them! Who's the closest? Is it Uncle Hideyoshi? Please notice that the two are leaving through the front door! Ah!
It won't reach. It won't reach. Don't disturb their precious time together.
Hideyoshi kept talking kindly, his hand on Ava's forehead. He didn't notice that Rosa and Maria were going outside through the front door at all. In that case, there was no way that the others in the lobby, which was even further away, would notice either. And the cousin's room upstairs was worse.
Why are you so panicked? On the first twilight, didn't you defeat me with that bold move saying the culprit died in an accident on the first twilight? Doesn't that mean there's no longer a culprit on this island? What's there to be so worried about?
Shut up! I could see right through you! Someone stop them! Those two will be killed! Someone stop them!
There was no way the Battler's voiceless scream would reach Rosa or Maria. The two of them could be seen in the Rose Garden. Ryukishi worked in child services, I believe. Yeah, Ryukishi was a social worker for several years before he started writing, yes. The rain was still awful, but fortunately the wind had died down a little. No, maybe that wasn't fortunate. Because if the wind had been a little fiercer, Rosa would surely have hesitated to go outside. Gona, please someone save Maria! And Rosa too, I guess. Yeah.
Here it is.
Maria found her own rose with the gold lace and stared at it lovingly. Rosa had accepted with the promise that Maria would only have one look at it, but she didn't want Maria to complain that it hadn't been enough later on, so she decided to go along with her until she was satisfied. She believed there wasn't a culprit. But if by any chance she was mistaken, they were now in an extremely dangerous position. Rosa realized that faintly herself. If things got bad, she would throw away her umbrella and ready her gun. Keeping the innocently rejoicing Maria in the corner of her eye, Rosa gazed warily in all directions. Glitch screen? I don't know. Is anybody else seeing a glitchy screen right now? Because, I don't know. Fine here. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Were her eyes just tired? Even though no one should have been there, she thought she saw something glitter in the dark rose garden with all of its wind and rain. Gold-colored? It had to be her imagination, because to Rosa, it seemed as though gold butterflies were dancing through the rose bushes.
Are you alright, Ava? Just take it easy. And should I call Dr. Nanjo after all?
I'm all right. Don't take your hand away. I'm begging you. Don't take your hand away.
Ava was breathing wildly. Beads of sweat were appearing on her forehead. It certainly was true that she had stayed up all night last night, and that things had been rough since early this morning. It wasn't odd that her body wasn't keeping up. Even though he understood that, Hideyoshi suspected that Ava's sudden fever was the sign of some serious illness. Several times, Hideyoshi suggested to call Dr. Nanjo, but Ava resisted firmly, pleading with him and saying that it was even more important that he didn't take his hand away.
I understand. But you've got to have Dr. Nanjo look at you by lunchtime. If you can promise me that, I'll stay here the whole time, gripping your hand. Tightly, like this.
Thank you. I'm fine. The magic of your hand will definitely make this fever subside.
Even if she said that, Ava's harsh breathing didn't improve in the slightest.
Don't let go. Don't let go. Who's there?
She saw an umbrella moving from beyond the rose bush. Rosa threw away her umbrella and wildly lifted her gun. When she did, the figure beyond the bush showed itself.
Huh? Auntie Ava?
You scared me. So, it was you, Nason. Do you have some business? Do you want to continue our earlier discussion? Yes, that's right. Our discussion about Father's gold. Please, restrain yourself in front of Maria. I've been keeping my promise, okay? I won't get in the way of your scheming. Scheming? What's that? Whatever you're thinking, that's up to you. I have no desire to get in the way. So please, not in front of Maria. As long as I get my share, that will be enough.
Your share? Ava started laughing in a creepy voice. Rosa was startled, but Maria stared blankly. Then, Maria said just one thing.
Huh? Wait. Who are you?
Your share? Who would give that to you? All of that is mine! It all belongs to me, the Golden Witch Beatrice!
Ava, are you alright? Ava! Ava! Ava!
Hold on. Don't let go. So that I don't get taken away by someone who isn't me. Keep holding on to my hand. Don't let go. When did you ever work hard? You never worked hard for anything. You were always hiding in our shadows. You always ran about from shadow to shadow without fighting. And yet you really think yourself qualified to ask me for the Ushiramiya family gold? All of that is mine. It's all mine and mine alone, as the head of the Ushiramiya family and the new Golden Witch, successor to the name Beatrice.
Beatrice. It's Beatrice. Mama, Beatrice.
Frolicking around, Maria jumped at her mother in ecstasy. Rosa treated Maria cold-heartedly and raised her gun high.
You're Nason, right? You are Nason, right? Wrong. I'm no longer the one who was your sister. Then who are you? Are you going to say that you're Beatrice? That's impossible! You died 19 years ago! Yes, you were definitely dead. After all, I clearly saw that your head was smashed. I can remember your insides flowing out like it was yesterday. How could you be alive and here right now? The concept of death does not exist for a Golden Witch. The names of the Golden Witch and Beatrice will be handed down for all eternity. Maybe the Beatrice you knew met with death, but that name is mine now. Therefore, it is endless. The concept of death does not exist for Beatrice. How pitiful, Nason. That gold has caused you to lose the distinction between fantasy and reality. I said I'm not your sister anymore. Well then, as the new Beatrice, I've been tasked with my own resurrection ritual. Ronove, what should I do?
That's up to you.
Menlo Marseilles with the $2, Mr. Bones' voice, the ride never ends. Truly, the gold does just do this to people, huh?
Beatrice-sama, you already have the power to make whatever you think a reality. You should grow used to it, if you use it a little.
You worthless former sister. You should consider it an honor to have even been selected as my first sacrifice as a witch. On the second twilight, I'll tear apart the two who were close, with my own hands.
Oh, fuck, are we getting them? Already? I don't know. Are we? The first thing the new Beatrice wished, no, the first magic she tried to use, was to surpass the limitations given to humans. In particular, gravity. Okay, no, they're just playing their music track a little bit early, I think. She wanted to become fully aware of her transformation into a witch by being released from those shackles. As the witch and Rosa stayed as they were, the ground retreated all by itself, into the distance below them. By now, their feet were no longer attached to the ground. Rosa finally realized that the ground hadn't retreated into the distance below her, but that she and the witch had been sucked up into the rainy sky.
Huh? Huh? Wow! Awesome!
To humans, shackled by gravity, there is nothing more unnerving than not having their feet on solid earth. However, to Beatrice, who had learned the joy of being released from gravity as a new witch, it was enough to cause her whole body to shake with delight.
Hey, Rosa. Do you remember long ago when we were small, when we used to talk about what it'd be like to become witches and fly around the sky? It's come true, you know. I became a real witch and granted it to you. Stop it. Wake me from this dream. You said it. You said that you flew through the sky in your dream, and you also said that you hadn't wanted to wake up. You were even mad at me for waking you, right? Don't worry. You won't wake up this time, all right? Come, dance with me in the vast, rainy sky. Didn't we wish together to fly like seagulls in the sky and escape the cramped and boring island of Rokenjima? Now I'll make that dream a reality for you. That is why I want to share this joy with you and no one else. Isn't this so fun, Rosa? Isn't this so fun? Take a look below you. Look at how small our mansion is. I wonder how much time we spent in a place that small. Now I'm especially shocked at how cramped and tiny it is. So feel, enjoy, rejoice. That power we yearned for, the power to move through the sky at will. Come on, let's dance, Rosa. Through the rain, through the wind. Let's fly around like we're dancing. The lightning will shine on us and bless us. The witch and Rosa were like leaves fluttering around in a whirlwind. As the rain pounded upon every part of their bodies, as the lightning occasionally shone upon them, they shook with the joy of being released from the ground. However, it was only that way for the witch. Rosa was holding on to her head, voicelessly screaming over and over. Stop it! Please, no more! Let me down! You're right. It's more fitting for humans to crawl on the ground. Then why not go back there? A slightly displeased expression rose to the witch's face when she realized that her own joy was not being shared, and she decided to listen to her former sister's request. The whirlwind that had been making Rosa dance around grew weaker, then stopped. In other words, Rosa was once again bound by the restrictions of gravity, as a human. Following the laws that were originally correct, Rosa began to descend towards the ground upside down. No, she began to fall. Oops. That's right. If I don't take her down the right way, this is what happens. The witch hadn't intended to see Rosa plummeting, but she still wasn't used to magic. After plummeting about 100 meters into a rosebush, a very, very natural result, Rosa died instantly. But the witch hadn't intended to kill her, so she willed for Rosa not to die. When she did, gold butterflies coiled about Rosa's body, reviving that life just as the witch had wished. Rosa's body, which had laid out in a radial carpet of fresh blood, rapidly returned to normal. The broken and crushed bones returned to normal. The torn and smashed flesh returned to normal. How easy is it to break things in this world, and how difficult is it to fix them? Anyone can take a life, but no human can revive a lost life. By surpassing the irreversible, one proves that they have surpassed humans. This surely gave her a much, much greater realization that she was a witch than flying through the sky had. Awesome! I can even revive an ended life!
Of course, Beatrice-sama, you were already an endless witch. To live and to die, to bring life and to kill, all of it repeated endlessly. Beatrice-sama, as the endless witch, you are the queen who controls that cycle of life and death.
One time I dropped a goldfish bowl. The fragile and beautiful bowl broke, and I couldn't put it back together again. That cute, pop-eyed goldfish would never swim for me again after it landed on the floor. No matter how much I cried, the servants shook their heads, saying that broken things and dead things could never be revived. That's when I learned, you know. You mustn't break things. You mustn't kill people. After all, you can't fix them. So, if you could fix them, Then you wouldn't get in trouble for breaking them, right? Awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome! For a while, the witch became intoxicated with how terrible and wonderful the power she had succeeded was. Her laugh was pure, innocent, and also cruel. Even though Rosa had been revived, she let out a cry of anguish at the pain from her fall. The witch landed in front of her and held out her hand. Sorry about that, Rosa. I didn't think flying in the sky would be so much fun. Sorry, I'm really sorry. And I didn't know that humans could die so easily. But I brought you back to life, so you're fine now. So get up, okay? Play with me some more, okay? What were those dreams you told me about when you were a kid? Go ahead and tell me about all of them without holding back. As I am now, I can make anything come true, no matter how absurd. I can let you drown in an ocean of jelly. I can swallow you up in a mountain of cake. I can even make you grow butterfly wings and let you fly around the garden. I'll do them one after another. Let's start with the ocean of jelly, okay? Stop. Rosa was once again thrown high into the rainy sky. However, the sky wasn't filled with raindrops, but with drops of orange juice. When she looked down, Rosa had to doubt her eyes. The rose garden had disappeared, and the ground spread out beneath her was like a pastel-colored jigsaw puzzle. It was from the dream that she had talked about when she was young, an ocean of jelly. The black part was coffee jelly. The red was strawberry. The yellow was pineapple. The green was melon. What was the white part? Apple, perhaps? Did Rosa even have time to think something like that? Rosa fell towards that multicolored ocean. And sank deep into a grape-flavored purple sea. It really was an ocean of jelly. It had no bottom. As Rosa sank, she was shocked to see a school of transparent fish swimming through the grape jelly ocean. They were probably made of grape skin. Then she sank on and on, deeper and deeper, as deep as the Mariana Trench, compressed tight by the water pressure of the jelly ocean, as her ribs crushed and crunched, as her spine snapped and cracked. In the end, she had become a small, frail meatball.
What a truly wonderful experience, to drown to death in an ocean of jelly. It's a dream no one else can imitate. I granted it for you.
The instant I snapped my fingers, the meatball that had been Rosa was launched up into the sky. And after being enveloped in a golden brilliance, she returned to her original form. It was as simple and easy as returning dried seaweed to its original form, and anyone could do it, if they were a witch. That vacant look on Rosa's face had to be because of the joy from having that dream she had given up on as a child made into reality. Definitely. Probably. Next is the mountain of cake. In an instant, the sky was covered, and became patterned black and white like a chessboard. That almost transparent white part was her favorite gelatin cheesecake. The elegant black part was a slightly bitter... I don't know how to... gâteau? Au chocolat? I don't know. They were a ceiling, they were a mountain, and those several billion cakes were thrown down towards Rosa. If you piled those cakes up, they would surely be taller than Everest. So they probably weighed. I'm not too sure, but it was probably heavier than all the cakes across Japan put together. It fell down like a ceiling and swallowed Rosa up. So as a very, very natural result, Rosa was crushed to death. In less than a second. Her bones broke throughout her body and her insides were all smashed and forced out. Splatta split slop. Interesting onomatopoeia there. And yet still, an even greater number of cakes piled up on top. And Rosa ended up as a layer of jam wedged between the cakes.
She became as thin as a single hair and was probably smashed out into the area of a tennis court. Yeah, sorry guys, this is very gory. If you can't handle it, I understand if you got a dip. That world swallowed up by Cake was once again absorbed by a golden flash. Then, as though it had all been a dream, Rosa was revived once again. Of course, it definitely wasn't a dream. She had been revived after dying. By that point, death, which most humans only have to experience once after they're born, had already been experienced repeatedly by Rosa. In other words, she had gone through that which humans cannot, the precious experience of dying more than once.
Isn't this fun, Rosa? Isn't this fun? Next is the butterflies. Look.
Please, have mercy!
No way. Let's play more. Let's play more.
Laughing innocently, she pointed her gold staff at Rosa as she begged for mercy. When she did, Rosa glittered gold and rapidly began to shrink. She shrank down to the size of a real butterfly. Oh, yeah, they're not gonna show a picture of it, I don't think, but warning if you have arachnophobia about this part. She shrank down to the size of a real butterfly. Then, gold wings sprouted from her back, and she joined her fellow gold butterflies. However, while a human body could withstand this wind, it was a different matter for a butterfly's body. The gold butterfly Rosa was invited to dance by each gale of the wind, and she spun in circles around the rose garden.
No. No!
A gentle bed caught her as she tired from dancing. It was a soft knit hammock in the shadows beneath the roof of the arbor. The owner of that hammock lumbered into view, welcoming its rare guest who had wandered in on this stormy night. That owner, which should have been small enough to crush in the palm of your hand, now looked as big as the top of a canopy bed to Rosa.
What a klutz. You got caught in a spider's web. This time it's a dance with a spider. That takes me back. Remember the times we'd find a spider's web and play around by throwing pebbles at it? I've heard that spiders don't chew their prey, but insert their venom. And when the insides melt into a sticky soup, they suck it out. Hey, Rosa, remember how we'd throw butterflies into the spider's web on purpose and play around by seeing how the spider would attack? You don't remember, do you? This happened before you got in grade school. You'll be able to see it up close this time, you know. Very close.
Oh, have mercy, Nesa. Help me, Nesa.
This girl's not bad. She truly can use magic at will. Interesting. You feel like laughing too, right, Badler?
Stop this bullshit! Just stop! What's so fun? You're insane! What's so fun about doing something like this?
Doesn't she look like she's having so much fun? I don't blame her, magic is fun. I remember when I first became able to use magic, I played around so much. Yes, I understand. I understand that play from the bottom of my heart. I expect I won't be able to share this joy and passion with you, Badler. What a shame. If you accepted me, I'd teach you magic any time you wanted, you know. It's hard to describe the joy you receive in the instant you're freed from the shackles of humanity. I want to teach you about it. That joy, that passion. I definitely would like to see the world of magic you would give birth to just once. You're starting to enjoy yourself, right? You've started to wanting to use magic, right? It's pretty fun to be a witch, you know. Just for you, I'll teach everything. About the joy of flying together in the sky. About the joy of diving together through the sea. I will teach you the excitement you feel in the instant you surpass the bounds of humans and see how wide your world stretches. Wouldn't that be fun?
There was no malice in Beato's expression. It was hard to believe, but she was genuinely enjoying this cruel show. And she thought that she was sharing her appreciation with Battler. Battler was aghast at that vastly, hopelessly different measure of value.
This is unbelievable. There is definitely something screwed up with you. Stop it already, goddammit! Virgilia, make her stop this insane farce. What do I have to do?
We exist outside the board. We cannot touch the board itself.
Virgilia shook her head apologetically. She was the one who had already been she was one that had already been killed. Did that mean she couldn't interfere in any way? As Beato continued to enjoy it in a crazed sort of way, Battler lifted her up by the collar and yelled at her.
Stop it! Stop it! Stop it! That's enough, you goddamn witch! Are you trying to tell me that's Auntie Ava? That's impossible. The Auntie Ava I know may be a bit mean at times. It's completely impossible that she's the kind of person that would do something this cruel. This is all part of your deception. Don't toy with Auntie Rosa! Don't toy with Auntie Ava! Stop this farce right now!
But I already said that it's not me playing with Rosa anymore. I told you that's the new Beatrice.
Abigail with the $5 just caught up on watching on 1.75 times speed, and your evil witch cackling is so funny that fast. What a surreal sequence. Thank you. I'll have to listen to that later to see what it's like.
Also, some people are over at the house, so if you hear anybody out there, they're watching anime, so.
Is it really so cruel that you have to squeal like that? You're also pretty fond of stuff like this, aren't you? You actually just have just a bit of interest in magic and... Ouch. What was that?
For the first time, Battler slapped Beato across the cheek. Beato didn't know why something like that would be done to her, and a stunned expression rose to her face. Battler found that expression even more unforgivable, and he roared.
Huh? You call that interesting? What the shit is wrong with your head? Go kill yourself! Slice the top of your head off and try looking inside. You'll definitely find that the insides have been completely removed. Make her stop it right now! Make her stop this disgusting farce! I'll never forgive you. How dare you do something so cruel? I've sometimes thought that you're a bit of a funny person, but I'll never make that mistake again. You're just a monster who's nothing but cruel. Don't show yourself in front of me. Never again! I won't accept you. I won't talk with you. I don't even want to look at your face. That get through to you? Don't show yourself in front of me. Just fuck off!
The instant Battler screamed, the power that resisted the witch became a red wall which repelled Beato, knocking her back onto her butt.
What are you talking about? Isn't it an interesting show?
Menlo Marsails with the $5. Quick dono in honor of Slice Up Your Head so you can see how empty it is. Never talk to me again, aka my number one favorite reaction image in all of Umineko. Yeah, it's such a moment. He is really at his breaking point. He is not screwing around anymore. She spoke as though making an excuse, but the person those words were directed at, Battler, was no longer there. His figure had suddenly disappeared into the darkness. But Beato pouted her lips and continued trying to explain herself.
It's not like I completely don't see where you're coming from, but this is nothing more than an innocent prank, right? No matter how she kills, that person will be brought back to life in the end, right? Aren't humans creatures that are fine with anything as long as it ends well? Right, Master? It's not something to get so angry about.
She was hoping for approval, but Virgilia simply faced her with an indifferent expression. To Beato, at that moment, even an exasperated face would probably have seemed better.
I have nothing in particular to say. If you think it's fun, you can keep watching as long as you want. Call me when it's over. I'll erase my form until then.
Daniel the Spaniel with the 5 pounds. Don't talk to me, don't pregnant man react to me. We don't come by my house. We're done. Yeah, the Rowley, like, don't come by my house. Following Battler's lead, Virgilia hid herself in the darkness. Left there sitting on her own, Beato didn't have a clue what was going on, and felt like she had been made out to be the bad guy.
What's so wrong? It's an interesting show, isn't it? It might be a little vulgar, but it's fairly interesting, isn't it? Right, Ronave? It's nothing to get so mad about, right?
Something interesting for you, milady, is not necessarily interesting for Battler-sama.
Does he really hate me that much? Well, certainly we are playing against each other, so it's true that we're enemies. But is our relationship really so bad that we can't laugh together at entertainment? Since I applauded together with Battler, I thought I could at least laugh together with him. Does he really reject me so much that he can't even do that? He doesn't have to accept that I'm a witch, because the point of the game is to compete over that. But still, saying he won't look at my face, that he won't talk to me, surely ignoring me is going too far. Am I really hated that much?
The moves you've made thus far are certainly worthy of hatred, milady. Even a demon such as myself can slightly understand Battler-sama's feelings. I wonder if you cannot understand that because you're especially thick-headed, milady.
Shut up, shut up, shut up! Why don't you disappear too?
Yes, certainly. Then, if you would excuse me.
Even Ronave hid himself in the darkness, and Beato was left alone. The only one in the rainy rose garden. No one will play with a lonely witch. Because no one would play with her, she was a lonely witch. What's going on? Why won't anyone play with me?
Am I really that weird? That cruel? Someone answer me! Isn't this fun, Rosa? Isn't this fun? Hey, how should we play next? Of course, I'll play with Maria too, okay? Let's all have a friendly walk together. Let's swim in a pot of boiling chocolate. Let's have a picnic in a cake-rising oven.
Hey, new Beatrice.
Behind the witch who was continuing her spree of tragedy, Beato showed herself. Her expression was very rare for her. It was kind of restrained, somehow unreliable, miserable.
Oh, it's the predecessor, Beatrice-sama. Were you watching? The power of magic truly is wonderful. Until now, I had never thought it would be so fun to be reborn as a witch. It's like playtime that never ends. Come on, let's play together, predecessor-sama. But first, wait for a second, okay? The two of them were cooked to death in the oven, so I have to revive them again. They're like bread rising because of yeast. Like cookies expanding in an oven.
Listen to what I'm saying. Well, isn't that enough for the sacrifices of the second twilight? Of course, it isn't specified how you kill them, but, maybe you shouldn't toy with them any more than that.
What are you saying, predecessor-sama? I heard from Ronave a short while ago that your magic was much, much more wonderful, cruel, and self-indulgent. A Halloween party where candy's poured out of 6 people's stomachs. How truly wonderful. As for me, maybe I'll act out Alice's tea party. I'll invite everyone to a tea party to celebrate a happy unbirthday and entertain them one by one with my magic. I wonder if I can do it as wonderfully as you. I wonder if I can be as cruel in my own pop cute style. Now that I think about it, all fairy tales are cruel, aren't they? Now that I'm a witch inside one of those fairy tales, I finally understand.
I am
slightly of the opinion that, in the past, I too might have gone a little too far. Well, I think that it's the Golden Witch. It's a good idea to have a little elegance. Huh? I don't understand what you're saying, Predecessor Sama. But there's one thing I do understand. No matter how hard I try now, I'm no match for how cruel you are. I've got to try much, much harder. I've got to become more cruel and become an excellent Golden Witch. Like I said, you've already done enough here. Anyway, this is my order as your predecessor. That's enough for the second twilight. I'll show you how it's done. Stand back and watch. Oh, yes, Predecessor Sama. I can't wait to see what brutal, cruel, and disgusting method of killing you'll use.
The new witch pinched the sides of her skirt and gave a graceful bow, stepping back as an expectant gaze rose to her face. She was expecting an even more cruel magic that surpassed even herself.
Well, speaking of that, you're only half a witch if you can only kill with methods like that. I shall show you an elegant way to kill, worthy of the Golden Witch.
When Beata waved her pipe, 7 colors of smoke poured out, reviving Rosa and Maria. Compared to how the new Beatrice had done it a short while ago, it was slightly gentler. It was probably gentler than how Beato had done it herself up until now. Rosa's consciousness had already grown dim from the pain of so many repeated deaths, but even so, she pleaded that her daughter be spared.
Please, have mercy. Even if it's just Maria, have mercy.
Mama!
Sorry. My disciple just acted without restraint for a bit. Forgive me.
Beatrice!
When Maria realized it was the real Beatrice, she jumped onto her.
You promised, right, Beato? You promised that you would take me to the Golden Land, right? There, I can be friends with Mama and everyone will laugh together. You promised that you would take us there, right?
About that, I can no longer keep that promise. Because someone appeared who could solve the riddle. I'm no longer the Golden Witch Beatrice. So I'm sorry. I can no longer keep my promise to you.
Why? Beato, you promised!
I'm sorry. I'm truly sorry. So at least an apology for not being able to keep my promise. I'll give you a truly quiet sleep, which will never be disrupted again.
Beato embraced Maria with a loving expression. Then, softly, a red bruise appeared on Maria's neck. It was a very gentle bruise. It grew redder and redder, and when it distinctly formed itself into the shape of a hand, Maria's neck tilted suddenly, peacefully, as though she had fallen asleep.
Maria! Sorry. I won't apologize that you were the sacrifices for the second twilight. That is simply your fate. However, I must apologize for the vulgar way in which you were offered as sacrifices. This is your final sleep. Never again will it be disturbed.
Beato softly, gently lifted her finger, as though touching the empty air in front of her nose. When she did, a light breeze lifted up, making Rosa's body dance lightly like a feather. Then, Rosa's body floated lightly, and there was the garden fence with its spear-shaped prongs. The spear of the fence pierced Rosa's medulla oblongata. Benevolently, without toying with her, in a single blow, Rosa's life was snuffed out. Compared to the earlier innocent yet cruel events, her end was surprisingly tame. It just looked like a doll, shaped like Rosa, was leaning against the fence. But she had passed away.
Well, that's pretty much how you do it.
Beato acted proud, but the new witch wore a blank expression, almost as though this was an anticlimax. And she was forthright with that opinion.
It's kind of plain. Very different from the person Renove told me about.
Well, you must use magic with dignity, you see. If it's too,
Undignified, that isn't very elegant. But you can do wonderful things endlessly with this magic. How boring. Now, no complaining. The Path of a Golden Witch cannot be completed in a day. You're still incomplete until you finish the 10th Twilight. For now, stay quiet and follow my instructions. All right? What happened to your answer? Your answer! Fine. Better. Much better. Well, there's still much to do for the resurrection ritual. You still have to kill 5 people. You should do it without toying with them too much, with beauty and dignity. And at least with a little decorum, all right? What Renove told you about how I did it, that was a bad example. You mustn't use that as a model. Engrave that into your heart. Yes, predecessor Sama. A good answer. Renove, the 7 stakes of purgatory, arise.
Yes, milady. Ronove, right here.
Lucifer the Proud, right here.
Up until this point, I've done things a little flashy, but, well, the dignity of the Golden Witch is also important. So what I'm trying to say is...
As Renove chuckled at Beato's uncharacteristically flustered speech, he summed it up for her.
Certainly. From now on, we'll be careful to perform in a graceful manner, suitable for the name of the Golden Witch. Even the 7 Sisters of Purgatory will reform their previous bad behavior, and we shall espouse to perform our task in the quickest possible manner.
Urhabaki Gaming with $5. My least favorite thing about Ava Beatrice is that her Japanese VA sometimes laughs like a lawnmower. Otherwise, she's amazing. Yeah, she's got quite the unique laugh. She does a really good job, though.
Would that be acceptable, milady?
That's it, more or less. Everyone take it to heart. All right?
Yes, certainly.
That's all I wish to say. You may leave now.
Certainly. If you would excuse me.
Excuse us.
Well, that's all I wanted to say. So take care as you continue, all right? And, go with dignity and, decorum, befitting the Golden Witch, all right? You should do your best. I'll be watching over you.
Acting unsure until the very end, Beato communicated only that to her. Became a group of gold butterflies and vanished into thin air. It may be fitting to say that she disappeared in a hurry because she was having trouble maintaining the conversation. After that, all that remained was Maria's outstretched body, pounded by the rain, and Rosa's body, propped up by the fence and gazing up at the sky, and the figure of the witch.
Show some decorum.
Her expression looked just a little bored. There was a popping sound. That was probably her clicking her tongue.
What a boring person.
Leaving that last sentence behind, she too vanished into thin air. So, hey guys. You know how everybody was so happy for Ava last time? What do you think about Ava now? I am no longer happy for Ava. Yeah. Oh boy. Yeah, I really don't like Ava Trice. Yeah, Ava Trice is a very divisive character I've seen. I feel like people feel either one way or another about her. People either absolutely detest her or they love her. No in between. That said, I am a little bit in between. I think she is a really interesting character. But she does get kind of grating sometimes. Oh, I got it. She's the Vriska. She does even have spider motifs. So... Although, yeah, I do agree with Dolphins Are Evil. Let's not get too much into later spoilers, though. But, yeah, I do agree that a different character does that a little bit better later. So Umineko is homestuck. That is a joke that has gone around quite a bit. I agree with another person, though, that Umineko is more like anime House of Leaves than it is homestuck. But there are definitely a lot of similarities.
Looks like she's finally calmed down.
Hideyoshi wiped his own forehead. For a time, Ava had seemed to be having a very painful nightmare, but it appeared that she had finally fallen asleep. As promised, he still gripped Ava's hand. He thought it would probably be all right to let go about now, but he had faithfully continued to hold her hand. Every once in a while, his hand would get tired, and he would switch between his right and his left. But even so, as promised, he never let go of her hand. At that time, there was a heavy knock. Ava had finally managed to fall asleep, so Hideyoshi grimaced for just an instant.
Aniki.
Oh, no, wait. Okay, that's, Rudolph.
Aniki. Hideyoshi-san. Sorry. Is Rosa there?
It was Rudolph's voice. What could it be? Hideyoshi headed for the door, hiding his footsteps so that he wouldn't wake Ava. It was definitely Rudolph's voice, but just in case, he opened the door without removing the chain.
What is it? Something happened to Rosa? We can't find Rosa or Maria-chan. I thought they might be with you. I heard her scolding Maria-chan in the corridor. They got quiet after that, so I thought they went back to the lobby, didn't they? That idiot.
Rudolph clicked his tongue. Other people could be seen in the corridor. It had been some time since Rosa went out into the corridor, and she had still not returned, so they had begun to worry. Near the front door, Natsuhi pointed at the removed chain. The chain isn't set. They must have gone outside to see the rose after all.
Going out and leaving the door unlocked. That's simply too careless. What a troublesome person.
More importantly for now, I'm worried about Rosa-san and Maria-chan themselves.
Right. Hey, brats. Where was this Rosa Maria-chan's?
I'm pretty sure it was in the flower bed right in the middle of the rose garden.
If those two are there, we should be able to tell quickly if we go. Dad, I think we should bring them back as soon as we can. Of course. We'll bring them both back and spank them on the butt. But I'll dash out there and come back. Lock the door as soon as I go out. Dad, I'll go with you. Don't be an idiot. You're a brat. What brats do is they watch the house with Mommy.
What is it? Did something happen?
Sorry, did I wake you up? Seems like Rosa-san took Maria-chan outside. How reckless of her.
Rosa and Maria-chan went outside. Into the rose garden.
That's right. Oh, I guess you must have heard. Maria-chan was causing a ruckus because she wanted to see her rose.
They mustn't. They mustn't go to the rose garden. Tell Rosa to stop.
There's no telling her to stop now. It looks like they left a while ago. Seriously, how reckless of them.
That's not it. Not the rose garden. There's a witch there. And she's waiting for a sacrifice. Rosa, you mustn't go. Ava curled herself up again, holding her head. Her complexion looked very bad.
What is it? Did the fever make you dream something bad?
It was a dream, yes. In the rose garden, the witch doing that to Rosa and Maria. That's right. It's a dream, yes.
Calm down. I'm also in this room. The chain's set too. The shutter's closed on the window and there's even a gun. This room's just like a fort. There's not a thing to be afraid of.
Hideyoshi beat his chest, trying to calm her, but Ava's insecure expression didn't change. Under the covers, Ava kept praying that the grotesque nightmare she had just had was only a dream.
In the center of the rose garden, Rudolph confirmed the bodies of Rosa and Maria. After that, he returned to the guest house, called for help, and carried both of them into the guest house.
Alright. Switch the thing, please. Yeah. Alright, so first, Rosa. Died in the rose garden, with her medulla oblongata having been pierced by the spear-shaped parts of the fence. If Maria's death hadn't been murder, it might have been possible to suspect an accident. It was this very woman who became the sacrifice for the birth of the new witch. Ushirimiya Maria. Corpse discovered in the rose garden. The cause of death is strangulation, probably barehanded. Thinking about the situation, it seems reasonable to think that she was killed after Rosa. And then, her blood would become the red ink for the witch's oath.
If we can trust Nanjo's examination, the cause of Rosa's death was a stab to the medulla oblongata with the pointed gate of the fence. It is thought that Maria's death was due to strangling with bare hands. However, due to the devil's proof, we cannot discount a misdiagnosis. I will say it in red. Rosa and Maria died. The causes of death were as Nanjo diagnosed. She wasn't eaten by a spider, nor was she crushed by a mountain of cake. Don't worry.
So, you argue that even though you toyed with their death so much, it's all okay because the corpse is clean. I definitely won't forgive you. All of that brutal treatment you gave Auntie Rosa. I'll never forget it, and I'll never forgive you for it.
Like I said, that wasn't me. I think I gave them a much more peaceful death than the way that she treated them.
Shut the hell up. I don't want to listen to you. I've been told that there are no more than 18 people on this island. And now that 8 people are already dead, the suspects are narrowed down to 10. One of them probably killed those 2. Or it could also be an accidental death. Like Maria was having a tantrum, and when Auntie Rosa tried to stop her crying, she misjudged how much power she was using and accidentally killed her. Then, in her consternation, she slipped and fell, landed on the fence, and unluckily died. How's that? That way, there's no need for a witch or magic.
Well, that's not true. Actually, Rosa and Maria...
Shut up. Didn't I say that I don't want to listen to you? You're an eyesore, so get lost. You monster.
Battler said that without rage, but with a horribly cold voice. Beato had also felt something out of place since the beginning. In a fight, both of them could go at each other without restraint. However, he wouldn't even step into the ring. She could feel that coldness. Beato wasn't pleased about that. She thought about flaring up, but she held back. Maybe even though she was innocent and childish, she had enough sense to realize that she shouldn't fight.
Is that so? Then I will hide myself. Renove, continue for me.
Certainly. Will that be satisfactory, Battler-sama?
There are no problems with that proposal. If Battler-kun says that he doesn't want to see Beato's face, I believe that will be an acceptable alternative.
Do what you like. I couldn't care less what you do as long as I don't have to look at that monster's face.
Hey, wait a second. You keep saying monster, monster, but isn't that a mean way to speak of me? Why do you instinctively hate me so much, Battler? None of that was me. It was all the work of my disciple.
It's not like I'm only mad about what happened just now. It's from the very beginning.
Come on, Battler. Don't misunderstand, all right? Aren't we just a pair of players confronting each other through a game? We look for moves to make things painful for each other, but...
Don't get the wrong idea. I don't hate you because you're my rival in this strange game about whether I accept you as a witch or not. I just cannot, in any way, forgive how senselessly cruel you are.
That's because a serial murder is part of the game. It's probably impossible to avoid a little cruelty.
I'm not just talking about what just happened. The last time. And the time before that, too. Tearing up everyone's stomach and stuffing it with sweets. Plowing their face. What was the point of all that?
That's... well...
All this stuff about locked room murders and tricks and alibis. I'm willing to give you a pass on all of that. You want to claim that these are murders done by magic, so I'll grudgingly accept that those complicated crimes have to occur. But what exactly are all those grotesque murders supposed to mean?
Well, nothing much.
That's right. They don't mean anything. You're just fooling around by mangling the corpses for fun. That has nothing to do with whether you're a witch or whether it could or couldn't be done with magic. You're just exploring the depths of cruelty. For fun. I don't hate you because you're a witch or anything like that. There's just some things I cannot forgive as a human.
What do you mean, as a human?
For example, the 6 people of the first Twilight for this game. Well, other than Grandfather being burned black, the other 5 corpses were killed in a normal way, without any unnecessary shaming of the dead. It wasn't clear whether the weapon was a spear or a gun, but anyways, as far as killing goes, that was permissibly better. It was much better than the insanity and cruelty of the first Twilight last time or the time before that. And this time, there were 6 locked rooms tied together to make a locked room chain. That was sort of interesting. When we were going back and forth with each other on that, to be perfectly honest, I thought it was just a little fun. You were frantic to make me accept your existence, and I was frantic trying to deny it. We were both frantically doing all we could. This may sound weird, but I even felt a faint sense of sportsmanship between the two of us. We exist in conflict, but I faintly thought that we might not be completely unable to understand each other's existence. But just now, that feeling was blown away without a trace.
That's where you're misunderstanding. That wasn't me.
That's not it. That's not what I'm talking about. You watched Auntie Rosa being killed horribly over and over, and you sneered at it like it was an interesting show. When I saw that, I was deeply disappointed. When I realized that your decision to kill them in a slightly better way this time had been nothing more than a little whim, and that nothing had changed in your cruel character, I was deeply disappointed. And that's not all. You were even genuinely enjoying a brutal death. You weren't just acting as cruel as you could to bully me. You truly, genuinely enjoy cruelty. Your character lets you enjoy it. You saw Auntie Rosa being brutally killed over and over and said, "Isn't this fun?" That wasn't sarcasm. You enjoyed it from the bottom of your heart. You wanted to share that feeling with me and said, "Isn't this fun?" In that instant, I despaired, and I realized the truth. The problem isn't whether you're a witch or not. That cruelty of yours is unforgivable to me, and I can't understand it. I can't forgive it either. Still, I'll continue this game of whether to accept or deny witches. I won't step down and accept my own defeat. However, your pointless cruelty is absolutely not needed for that game. So I've decided that I won't accept you as my opponent. Ronave is 100 times better. He doesn't have the same cruel hobby that you do. Even if he does, he doesn't have the awful taste to show it off in front of me. That's right. You have awful taste. You're heartless and cruel, so you can't understand. That's unpleasant in an opponent. So I don't want to see your face again.
After Battler had finished his rant, Beato was shocked into silence for a long time. Maybe she couldn't understand what she was being told, or maybe this was a sign that she was doing all she could in an effort to understand. For a while, she kept switching between angry expressions, frustrated expressions, bold expressions, as though she didn't even know herself what attitude she should take. In the end, she made her face into a candid expression, as though she had come to her senses, and she shrugged her shoulders as though she was tired.
In that case, do as you like. From now on, I will continue this game through Ronave. You have no complaints as long as I don't show myself, right?
For the time being. but I definitely won't forgive your countless cruel actions up until now. So I definitely won't accept you. For that reason as well, I won't back down from this fight you've picked. And I definitely won't lose. That's all there is to it.
Beato, no matter how many more excuses you give, his impression of you will not waver. I have something to talk about later. Until then, stay back. All right. Then, I'll hide myself until I'm called. Looking lonely, Beato turned her back to them and hid herself. Battler watched, a slightly displeased expression on his face. He thought his argument had been valid, but for some reason his mood didn't clear up.
She's an idiot.
That's true. An idiot. And honest.
That idiot watched with me as Auntie Rosa was horribly killed, and turned around with a huge smile on her face. She really believed that she could laugh with me at that cruel show. She really believed that I could sympathize with that emotion. Looking at that innocent smile, it felt just horrible. It would have been much better if she'd said it with her normal bullying face. Damn it. My lady has never had the experience of having a friend. In addition, she's probably never had something spoken to her that strongly. Both Madame and I are her attendants. No matter what we say, it will not reach her ears. For Milady, this is also. To hell with that. I don't remember ever becoming her friend. That's true. My apologies.
There's one thing I would like to thank you for. Thank you for not backing down from that child's game. She spoke words of gratitude, but for some reason, Battler made a displeased face. Then, as though finding revulsion in his own bad mood, he chuckled.
Now that I've even got witches and demons thanking me, I'm screwed. Let's resume the game. Of course, I don't intend to go easy on you. I wouldn't have it any other way. Unlike Milady, I do not get agitated. I've already made my move. If we suppose that Auntie Rosa is the culprit and died in an accident, I can deny the witch. I don't want to suspect Auntie Rosa, but for now, I'll deliberately assume that it was her, just to beat the hell out of Beato. I will deny it with Red. Rosa's and Maria's deaths were homicides. All right. Why don't we start from there? Damn, just not getting fired up.
I'm glad the chat really liked this scene because yeah, it's definitely one of my favorite scenes in the episode. It's really interesting to see like the disconnect with Beato there. You really actually realize something very substantial about her character in that moment that you wouldn't have before.
Since Rosa and Maria had been killed, it had become clear that the murderer was still hiding somewhere, trying to add even more murders to this chain. As he shed tears, Rudolph scolded Rosa's body over and over for being reckless. But Rosa would never respond to that again. They decided to place the two bodies in one of the guest rooms, and to seal it until the police arrived. The second murder, no, the murder of the second Twilight, had delivered a heavy blow to everyone, because it had blown away the optimism that some of them had held. The thought that actually a crime didn't occur and it was all a game or a farce by Kinzo and the servants. Trying to distract themselves from the sadness of losing the people they loved, George and Jessica had spent the whole time since morning talking about every possibility. And they had distracted their hearts by supposing that these murders might actually have all been an act, and that Shannon and Canon were only pretending to be dead. When the murders occurred again, it destroyed that thought, and they were once again confronted with the fact that their loved ones had most definitely been killed. The tears that they'd thought had died away had begun to drip down once more, and Battler couldn't think of anything to say to them. After that, to be extra cautious, all of the adults checked that all of the rooms were safe and that everything was locked. They made certain that the shutters on all of the windows were down and locked, and they checked that no one suspicious was hiding anywhere. On top of that, they checked their weapons once again, and made sure that each other's hearts were prepared, so that they wouldn't hesitate to fire off a preemptive shot if they saw the shadow of a mysterious person. Furthermore, the gun Rosa had been holding had been left near the place she had found. She had been found. Someone had gone out of their way to leave it there, so everyone suspected that it was some kind of trap. But when Hideyoshi made ingenious use of a fire iron to fire off a test shot,
It discharged without a problem. When all 5 shots had been loaded, discharged without any problem as a result, it was reloaded with bullets and handed over to the only adult male who wasn't armed, Hideyoshi. Oh, thank you, Mark Zero. I appreciate that. However, the fact that it had been able to fire off 5 shots gave rise to a certain paranoia. This short-barrel rifle could load a maximum of 5 shots. In other words, Rosa hadn't fired even once. And yet, the 2 had probably been killed by someone with their bare hands. This meant there was a possibility that the crime had been committed by someone whose face they knew.
When the first murder occurred, I privately thought of the possibility that it was all an act. My apologies to Dr. Nanjo, but if he had actually been in on it, and only convinced us that the servants were dead, I thought this could have been some massive elaborate act by Father. After all, unless we assume they were acting, that locked room situation of theirs couldn't have been created in the first place.
We also suspected that. No, I still want to believe that that's the case. My apologies. But that is not so. I'm quite old. There may be a chance that I made a misdiagnosis. However, I would never mistake whether they were alive or dead.
I get it. Don't frickin' say it out loud, Dr. Nanjo.
My apologies.
They couldn't know about it. The Beato had already proclaimed the deaths of the 6. No, this time the deaths of all victims so far in red. That faint dream that it was all a farce, and that the victims were actually alive, was sadly impossible.
In that case, it's more natural to think there's someone hiding on this island who knows the mansion inside out. Carrying out a crime they've been planning for ages. In other words, from the time that the typhoon came to this island and sealed it off from the outside world, there were more than 18 people on this island.
And of course, they had no way of knowing this either. That claim of Rudolph's had also been denied in red. There are no more than 18 humans on this island.
Maybe it makes some sense if we think of it this way. Essentially, there's the possibility that the person who's hiding is someone who wasn't originally supposed to be on the island right now, yet is someone whose face was known by Rosa-san, and with whom she would let her guard down. So, for example, could it be a servant whose shift doesn't lie on these 2 days?
It's hard to argue with that one. After they finish their duties, it's not as though we verified that they leave the island by punching a ticket or something. If we suppose that a servant on a shift from a few days ago only pretended to leave the island and actually stayed here, that would be hard to deny. Rosa-san isn't stupid, if you ask me. If a servant who's not supposed to be here popped up in front of you, that'd normally set alarm bells ringing.
I have a problem with assuming this was a crime by an acquaintance. Perhaps whoever it was suddenly attacked Rosa from the darkness and were able to steal her gun. Then Rosa fell, hit her head against the fence, and stopped moving. The guest house was nearby, so they wanted to avoid the sound of a gunshot, and they killed Maria-chan with their bare hands.
That's also a possibility. Still, even if that's the case, would they intentionally leave Rosa's gun at the scene of the crime? I don't know what the culprit's armed with, but our guns should be a point of worry for them. Wasn't that a perfect chance for them to thin out our supply? Why'd they deliberately leave it at the scene of the crime?
At first, I thought that the gun was a trap. That's what chessboard thinking says it would be. By purposefully leaving it, they wanted to make one of us touch it. And they must have wanted to make us pull the trigger. I was sure that it would have some dangerous device to make it explode and cause massive injuries.
But it's actually alright. I'd say the culprit was probably in a hurry. I'll bet that right now they're regretting they missed their chance to steal a gun. I don't like it. It pisses me off because it's like a message from the witch saying she isn't even scared of guns.
However, in any event, this is a fearsome opponent. It should have been obvious to any observer that Rosa-san was holding a gun. To think that they attacked her despite that. We should not neglect the fact that they are unafraid of guns.
It's as Natsuki says. We should probably be even more cautious than we have been.
This is just for peace of mind, but at the time we think Rosa-san went outside, where was everyone?
Natsuki and I were here, along with Rudolph and Kiryu-san. I can guarantee their alibis. Ava and I were together. I can guarantee that. Me, George, Aniki, and Jessica were together too, when Auntie Rosa yelled at us to go back upstairs. We turned right around and went back to the cousin's room with our tails between our legs.
Back then, if we hadn't let Maria go.
Saying that isn't going to change anything.
Dr. Nanja.
I was reading a book in one of the upstairs rooms. I was by myself, so no one can verify my alibi. But I believe everyone saw me return upstairs with the children.
You could say any number of things like this, but what if you jumped out the window, attacked Rosa, then climbed back up using a rain gutter or something?
Don't be absurd. How could I perform a feat like jumping down from the second story with his whole body, or climbing up for that matter?
Let us stop this. Suspecting each other. It's more important that we trust each other, and for the children's sake as well, defend this place until the very end.
Yeah, it's like Natsui-san says. For now, let's stop doubting each other.
You're right. We may be useless as far as searching for the culprit is concerned. We can only stay alive until tomorrow, inform the police, and follow their instructions. Because the police will definitely expose who the culprit is.
Nanjo parkour would be a sight to behold. Yo, he's going at it. Oh my god, Nanjo on the roof. Doing flips. Holy shit.
What is it, Ava? Is your body still feeling bad? Mother, what's wrong? Are you alright?
Sorry. It looked like my fever is still strong. It'll be fine, so leave me alone.
When they looked, they saw Ava staring at the floor, her breathing harsh again. She had been able to act firm for a time due to the urgency of their situation, but it seemed her body wasn't at its best after all.
Yes, I killed those two. Now the only ones who know about the gold are us. I won't give even a scrap to the other siblings.
What have you done? There's so much of that gold! Giving Rosa and the others their share wouldn't have been a problem at all!
It would. That gold is to be passed on only to the head of the Ushiramiya family. And that makes that gold, all of it, in its entirety, the very honor of the head. Putting even the smallest dent in it is definitely not something I will permit as the new Golden Witch Beatrice.
Do you plan to continue these murders according to the witch's epitaph? Do you actually plan to kill 5 more people?
Yes. If I don't finish that annoying ritual, it seems that my power as a witch won't be complete. Hey, me. The power of the witch really is awesome. It really can make all of our fantasies become reality. The power to make dreams more than just dreams. Now that I've learned of this power, I can no longer stop being a witch. If I can complete the ritual and make my power whole, I'm sure I'll be able to teach you that feeling too.
Stop acting like an idiot! Haven't you played witch enough? We found the gold, and we've even been promised the position of successor to the head. We'll probably need to tightrope walk just a bit, but at this point, that's a dream that will definitely come true. Beyond that, what more could you wish for?
I wanted to become a witch. I don't know anything about that dream.
I don't know anything. Oh, okay, that was regular Ava.
That's it. Because I kept holding on to that dream, I've lived at this age forever. You threw away that dream by becoming an adult. You thought no matter how long you waited, the rabbit holding a clock wouldn't visit you, and you wouldn't be able to meet Humpty Dumpty. And of course, you definitely wouldn't be invited to the land of cards. You gave up like that, and so you became an adult. And that's why you don't want to become a witch or anything like that anymore. You've even forgotten that it was the dream of your true self.
Look, just stop it! I've already gotten my hands on 2 dreams. The gold and the position of the head. That's more than enough. So please, your dream has nothing to do with me. Be obedient.
No way. Magic's too fun. Besides, those 2 dreams of yours both came true because of my magic. It's not fair if my dream doesn't come true too.
I'm grateful for your magic, and I accept you as a real witch. So please, be obedient now and return to the inside of my heart. And never appear again!
No way. We're both misunderstanding each other, aren't we? That's right. I am not you anymore. You are Ushiramiya Ava. I am the Golden Witch Beatrice. So I have no responsibility to go back inside your heart. I would say I feel like a butterfly who's broken out of her cocoon, namely you. The fever is making my mind cloudy. My inexperience with my magic power is making me support it with your vitality. Until I finish the ritual and become a full witch, you might have to bear the burden. I'll take that in exchange for making 2 of your dreams come true. It's alright, don't worry, okay? For the remaining 5 sacrifices, I'll avoid your family. Let's see. Rudolph, Kyrie, Kraus, Natsuhi. And what about that old geezer Nanjo? Perfect! I'll kill those 5 people. Could you call this a murder announcement revealed only to you?
Ava finally crouched down. Hideyoshi rushed up to her and lent her his shoulder.
Are you alright? Let's take it easy and rest.
Are you alright? Dr. Nanjo, take a look at Ava.
When Nanjo and George tried to approach, Ava made a gesture to stop them.
Thank you. I'm fine, Dr. Nanjo. I'm taking medicine. I apologize for saying this in such an extreme situation, but let me rest a little longer.
Mom, I'll lend a hand too.
Thank you. But I'll be fine as long as your father watches over me. Go back to the cousin's room upstairs and don't come out no matter what. Understood? No matter what happens, you must not leave the guest house. Outside. The witches.
Don't talk anymore. Sorry, everyone. I'll be watching over Ava in the room. Call if something happens.
Hideyoshi and Ava retreated from the lobby. Of course, Ava wasn't the only one who wasn't feeling well. They hadn't gotten a wink of sleep since the previous night, and had been pressed by tension since the morning. They were mustering their energy to protect their families, but if they relaxed even a little, surely every one of them would be down and out.
Everything has gone as planned so far, but from here on out it will become difficult, you see.
Difficult, you say? In most cases, as the ritual progresses and the victims increase, they begin to tighten their guard, and often they hole up in one place and stop moving. That is extremely inconvenient for us. Are you saying that we witches are inferior to a bunch of humans in a group? Witches are never inferior to humans. However, perhaps you could say that times change and that humans have gotten their hands on a poison. This wasn't a problem long ago, during the period when witches were believed in. But just like that annoyance Battler, people in the current era generally deny magic. In other words, their existence itself is anti-magical. As a result, at some point, they grew to possess a toxin inside their bodies that denies magic. In other words, you're saying that the more humans there are, the stronger the anti-magic toxin gets and the greater the disadvantages for us witches? The total value of all their heart's power to deny magic, in other words, their magic resistance, becomes the denominator to our magic. Understand? Is that a bit too difficult for you? You're joking. I understand it truly easily. In other words, you're saying that the more people that are here that don't believe in magic, and the stronger their will is, the greater the dramatic division in the effect of the magic is. I see. If it's that kind of formula, I'll have to rethink my method of attack.
Fundamentally, magic possesses a vast power. It can even make a rain of fire fall from the heavens, divide a sea, and reviving a lost life isn't impossible either. However, that power is extremely weak against the toxin that rejects it, and that toxin has been piling up in humans since the time they forgot their respect for all things sacred. Until finally, this earth was covered with enough toxin that the miracles of magic could not be displayed. Thus, witches from across the world were chased from their dwellings. They were forced to choose whether to throw away their magic and live as humans, or live in hiding in remote areas where the toxin of humans didn't reach. In that sense, Rokkenjima, with its population of only 10 to 20 humans, was extremely favorable for witches. And even more favorable was the existence of the ghost story about the witch who lived in the Rokkenjima forest. Essentially, the fear that a witch might exist permeates the island to a certain extent, weakening the anti-magic toxin from the humans. A small population, and a margin of possibility to accept a magical being. In other words, minds that were only weakly anti-magical. Only in the valley where those two converged could a witch live in modern times.
I see. So, by this formula, we can say that there are several rules a witch must follow to use her power efficiently. The first one is creating a scene. Create a murder scene that you couldn't imagine was done by humans. Decorate it with occult ornaments. Make it look very much like a witch exists, and by permeating the people with fear, make them believe that witches exist. And as a result, the anti-magic power in the denominator for the power of the magic will be decreased. I see. So this is why the creepy magic circles of the first Twilight were created. That's right, exactly. The gaudy scenes for the first Twilight each game are all for that reason. It's definitely not as though I like cruel things or am doing it for fun. In that case, Predecessor Summer, this time was a failure. You killed them in a very plain way. It doesn't look like anything more than a simple mystery. You should have damaged the bodies more grotesquely, like you did last time, and the time before that, as I heard from Reneve. Making it look like fantasy and instilling fear in those people. Well, about that. I thought it wouldn't be artful to do that every time, you understand. Don't think too deeply on it, it's just a whim.
Actually, it really had been her whim. After being told all that by Battler, she couldn't say it out loud anymore. But she had decided her method of killing based only on a whim. No, would it be better to say that she had half-heartedly let Ronove decide? Because she had left the locked room of the game's first Twilight to him. But if Beato had gotten a cruel idea, then she surely would have explored the limits of atrocity even worse than the last game.
For the method of Rosa and Maria's deaths too, you told me to show restraint. But that wasn't a course of action beneficial to us witches either, was it? In actuality, at the present moment, none of them believe one bit that a witch actually exists. They're sure that it isn't a fantasy, but completely in the mystery genre. This turn of events is a failure for us witches. And it's all because, for some reason, you keep doing things in a kinda lukewarm way, Predecessor Sama. Like they say, you should seek out work while you're young. This is a test from me to you as your predecessor. Challenge it with respect.
Beato tried to laugh heartily, but it was obviously a fake laugh trying to cover something up. And the new witch shrugged, sighing.
At this stage, it's probably too late to reduce the anti-magic power by creating a scene. In that case, there's another move. Having the humans split up should work. That is probably the most effective way. The smaller the number of humans, the more the denominator shrinks. As a result, the magic power becomes immediately effective. In other words, the crucial point from here on will be how to destroy this barricade situation and have them split up into smaller groups. However, they are already very cautious. The barricade won't be destroyed easily, you know. Both the barricade in Kinzo's study 2 games ago and the barricade in the parlor last time were very stubborn. Furthermore, most of the cunning adults have been left this time. The situation is more difficult than all the ones before it, you see. If you wish, I could give you some special advice.
If the first murder case occurs in a closed circle, the survivors hole up without fail, gathering together to observe each other and ensure their safety. Worrying about how to break that situation apart is probably the domain of murderers and mystery authors. So how ludicrous is it that witches, who are meant to exist at the other end of the spectrum, share in that exact same worry? For a while, the new witch poked her cheek with her index finger, making gestures as though deep in thought, and eventually spoke.
No, I'm fine. After all, it is a test. I won't borrow your moves. Really? The thing is, though, it will be pretty hard to defeat this barricade, you know. I've already made my move. I'm pretty sure it will work. If they're smart, then it definitely will. Is that so? You really are excellent. I'm pleased that my disciple isn't hard to deal with. My motto is to study things myself before asking other people. Then, if you would excuse me, I have to wait for my prey to get nonchalantly lured out.
Well then, handle it with care.
As the new witch lowered her head, her face blank, she turned into gold butterflies and hid herself. Beato looked slightly unamused. It seemed she was lonely since she hadn't been relied on at all.
Not one of them bothers themselves with me. You witch apprentice acting so smart. I'll bet any moment now she is going to make some painful mistake and start crying. Then, without a doubt, she'll finally realize my greatness and follow my teachings. Until then, I shall watch from above.
She laughed loudly on the outside, but a laugh no one can hear is completely pointless. Beato started to feel empty, and quickly stopped laughing. Renove chose that time to show himself.
Excuse me, milady. The game of the second twilight with Battler-sama has ended.
I see. Good work. What was the result?
My sincere apologies. I was forced to resign. Battler-sama's claim of Rosa strangled Maria to death then died in an accident. I struck down in red with both deaths were homicides, but I could not repel his chain of moves placing Ava as the principal offender.
But Ava was sleeping in her room the whole time as Hideyoshi cared for her.
He put forth the possibility that Hideyoshi was an accomplice, and that the two worked together to create an alibi.
He even suspects Hideyoshi. Couldn't you have struck back by saying in red that they were in the guest room at the time of the murder?
I also thought of that, but in any event, several important pieces might have been taken several moves later. And because there's a possibility that this move was part of the preparations made by the new Beatrice, I acted out of respect to her. My apologies.
Preparations, you say? Her mind does seem to be sharp. We can let her do as she likes. It will be quite a show to see how far she can go.
I thought you would say that. I see that your disciple's unpleasantness has you in a bad mood.
That's none of your business. I wonder how that one plans on destroying this barricade from here on out. I shall keep a close eye on her. Oh, and how was, Battler's mood?
It appeared as though he had calmed himself down. He did say that, after all, he couldn't get fired up without you as his opponent.
Really? That's no surprise. No surprise at all. If I don't return for the fourth twilight and after, Battler will probably be lonely himself.
And with that, if you would excuse me, I must bake some delicious cookies. So, as to at least enliven the discussion between Milady and Battler... Battler-sama.
That guy really was munching your cookies, wasn't he? It must be because he's a boy that he can eat so much. Make a lot of them.
Certainly. I shall make enough cookies to bury the table.
Yes, do just that.
What's going on? What did you want to talk about?
Oh, but that was just a...
What's going on? What did you want to talk about? Gotcha.
Kyrie called Rudolph out into the corridor. It was obvious that she wanted to talk about something that she didn't want the others to hear.
I
Yeah?
want to go outside. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Oh boy.
Guys, we are coming up on one of the single best scenes in this entire episode. Not to hype you up too much, but this scene fucking rules.
Certainly. The body cannot last with nothing more than a small breakfast, but... Of course, we understand. But the thing is, as time passes, it'll get darker and darker. Now's probably the lightest. Now's the most convenient time.
Only about an hour has passed since Rosa-san was attacked. This is simply too reckless.
It was only natural that Natsuhi was yelling about recklessness, because Rudolph had said that he was going to the mansion to get food. Of course you can say spoilers. No. Please don't say spoilers. Don't say any actual spoilers. Please. Certainly they were being tormented by hunger as well as their fatigue. In the beginning, they were just fine, because they could fight their moderate hunger with their drowsiness. But now it has made their minds hazy, and even though it was only midday, their bodies felt like they were reaching their limits. The thought of going to the kitchen in the mansion and bringing back some food certainly was attractive.
I am opposed to this. It may be a little tough, but we definitely shouldn't leave this place.
It is all right for us, but it would pain my heart to keep the children hungry. I must bear my responsibility as a parent.
Dear, now that father has passed away, you are the Yoshirimiya family head. It's not permissible for you to take on such a danger. Yes, it's like Natsuhi-san says. Kraus-san, you should remain here as the leader.
Then who will go to the mansion? I think Kyrie and I and Hideyoshi Nissan as well should go. Hideyoshi Nissan and I are holding guns. They shouldn't be able to lay a hand on us that easily.
Rosa-san was also holding a gun, but she was attacked. Isn't it dangerous?
When I went out to check on Rosa and Maria-chan, I was alone, although I had a gun with me. But I wasn't attacked. Maybe they'll be cautious if their opponent's a man.
2 men, and even 2 guns. Those 2 will act as guards, and I'll push the cart with the things. I believe the situation clearly differs from Rosa-san's.
If you're counting me as a man, I'd be pleased to help. I don't look it, but I trained this body pulling stalls. Leave the heavy lifting to me.
You men just need to devote yourselves to guarding. There's a folding cart in the servant room, so using that I should be able to handle carrying the food alone. Of course, we will be careful. And if we can succeed in this venture just once, we'll never again need to take the risk of leaving this place. Is there any way I can get you to reconsider? It may be painful for everyone to deal with an empty stomach, but even so, we do not know what could happen outside now.
We'll take care. Neva's feeling pretty darn bad right now. I can't let her stay hungry. If her stomach's empty, she can't even take her medicine. I've got to go out for Ava's sake as well. How is Ava? She's finally gotten to sleep. She's burning up, too. We should leave her be for a while. I guess you can't just stand still when it comes to your wife's health. Understood. I'll give you permission to go outside. Then we'll take a little trip there and back. A speed contest. Canned food's okay, right? You at least have a can opener here, right?
Yes. We have a can opener and a bottle opener. There's running water in the guest house, so we won't need anything to drink. There's 10 people to cover for, so you'll have to take what you can get.
All right. Let's dash out there and bring it all back pronto. No time to open umbrellas. So, Aniki, watch the place for me. Be careful. Under normal circumstances, I would want to go too. Being a man, I despise this title of eldest brother that prevents me from lending a hand in an emergency like this. This is about the only time we get to show off. Sit back and take it easy every once in a while, Aniki. All right, Natsumi-san, wait here and get some towels ready or something. We aren't using umbrellas, so we'll be coming back like drowned rats.
Understood. Take care.
Rudolph, Kyrie, and Hideyoshi, each leaving their own brave words behind, left the lobby. Sure you don't, Kraus. I love how everybody just jumps on Kraus's ass all the time. It's good. Compared to the time Rosa and Maria had gone outside, the winds had picked up once again. Rudolph's group of 3 people jogged through the rose garden without umbrellas, holding their guns in a folded cart. If everything had been still and quiet, without the wind and rain, they would probably have kept their ears open and moved with caution. But in this rain, even if some suspicious person was hiding nearby, it would be difficult to notice them. Because of that, it had been Rudolph's plan to instead dash through the dangerous area. If there was a chance that their opponent was equipped with a gun, then walking slowly with their guard up would only make them a target. It was probably correct to decide on swift action.
The Rose Garden. Feels like we're just asking to be attacked. Please, let nobody come out of there.
Even as Rudolph and Hideyoshi continued to run, they looked around restlessly, vigilant of their surroundings. Rosa and Maria's deaths had not been caused by a projectile. However, it was easy to suspect that the servants had been killed in such a manner. Will they come flying out of the dark? Or will they take careful aim and snipe from the shadows? Either way, they couldn't relax their tension for even an instant. But even so, when they reached the overhang in front of the entrance to the mansion and escaped the reach of the raindrops, they felt themselves breathing a sigh of relief.
No problems for the first part. It's not like how it was for Rosa-san. Maybe they can't get their hands on us easily. I'd like to believe that. Kyrie, unlock the door while we keep a lookout.
Sure. Returning home to the mansion with a pair of bodyguards makes me feel just like an executive.
If we had a welcoming party of servants on the red carpet, it'd be perfect. A welcoming party, huh? Careful what you wish for. Stay alert.
As the 2 cautiously surveyed their surroundings, Kyrie unlocked the front door with the master key she had been given.
It's open.
Hideyoshi Nissan, could you take the front? I'll keep an eye on the rear. Roger. Kyrie-san, try not to move from my shadow. Alright, let's break in. Rear guard understood. Covering.
Men? Oh, men. You're enjoying this situation a little bit, aren't you?
Give it up. That's how men are. But man, there's still that rank stench.
The air in the mansion felt stagnant, with a heavy silence. And worse, it was still thick with the stench of Kinzo's burnt corpse in the boiler room. And they were struck with a strong desire to leave the mansion, although they were never planning to stay.
No problems in the front. Just a short dash to the kitchen. Let's finish this quickly and head home. This suit'll get fumigated with Dad's stench.
The three of them dashed towards the kitchen. And after they disappeared from the entrance hall, the new witch showed herself there.
They were lured out just as planned. They got caught right in my trap.
The witch grinned. Thinking about it now, no matter how unbearable their hunger had grown, barely a few hours had passed since Rosa and Maria had been attacked and had lost their lives. In that case, why had they needed to recklessly leave the guest house? Until that question could be dealt with, the only answer was that they had been called out by the witch's magic.
What reckless people. They'll never leave this mansion alive. Lock yourself, Lux. Close yourself, mansion.
The instant she proclaimed that, the mansion was sealed off in a separate world. Unless she were to dispel the barrier, no longer could anyone exit this mansion or enter it.
Spectacular. To think that even though barely half a day has passed since you succeeded the Endless Witch, you can use magic this well. That talent surprises me. It's almost as though you were born a witch.
Well, I have been a witch since the time I was born. Who taught you to blink? That's what using magic is like for me.
A fearsome person.
The witch's face twisted with brutality. She was beside herself with excitement at being able to toy with lives again.
Well then. First is Rudolph and Kyrie, but what cruel way should I kill them?
If you would excuse me. But the predecessor has left instructions that you're to restrain yourself from committing murders of unnecessary cruelty. And there's a protocol to follow for the sacrifices for the fourth twilight onward. For that, you must borrow the power of the Seven Sisters of Purgatory.
Oh, really? Now that you mention it, that's right. I'm only allowed to play as I like until the second twilight I just finished. Boring. Just when I thought I could play to my heart's content like I did with Rosa. But that refers to the way they're killed in the end, right?
By which you mean?
So I can kill them however I want, over and over again, revive them, and follow the epitaph the last time I kill them, right? So in the end, no matter how much I play, it isn't a problem. Who'd act well behaved with an interesting power like this?
Her wild logic was, for an endless witch, an extremely valid argument. The sacrifices for the fourth twilight and onward had prescribed protocols for the methods of killing, represented by things like gouge the head. However, that referred to the way that they died in the end. In other words, in the process leading up to that, she was free to tease and kill them however she wanted. She just had to keep on reviving them, and follow the rules only when she killed them the final time. Even while Runaway glimpsed some talent as a witch in her innocent cruelty, he was beginning to notice a naturally brutal side of her.
They do say that apprentices are the most brutal of witches, and now I see that may be true. Do as you wish, is what I would like to say, but I must insist that it would be wiser to exercise some restraint in this instance. They're holding guns. Weapons with such an high anti-magic power, such as guns, are the natural enemies of witches and demons.
The witch stared blankly at this demon butler, who was unexpectedly afraid of guns.
No one told me this. Shouldn't a witch be able to take a bullet like it's nothing?
No, it would be a fatal wound, exactly the same as if it would for a normal human. To prevent that weak point from being noticed, most witches rigorously strengthen their guard with the defense of protective barriers and furniture.
Do I have any of those protective barrier things?
Constructing a barrier to make even gun bullets ineffective requires much in preparation and rituals. I'm afraid to say that you currently have none of those, Beatrice-sama. Furthermore, you're currently ill-prepared to summon furniture strong enough to block a bullet.
So even though I've become a great witch with much magical power, I really do have to be afraid of lead bullets. Annoying, but I'll just have to accept it. So in that case, should I call some furniture to act as my arms and legs?
Yes. Leaving everything to your servants while not exposing yourself to danger is also part of a witch's elegant temperance. Beatrice-sama, leave this to the furniture and hide in a safe place.
Fine. Seven Sisters of Purgatory? I don't care who. Any two of you.
Leviathan and Belphegor responded to that call.
Leviathan the Envious, right here. Belphegor the Slothful, right here.
Show me your power. Your targets are Rudolph and Kyrie, not Hideyoshi. Now, show me just how cruel you can be, furniture.
My apologies, but we've received an order from the predecessor to restrain ourselves from unnecessarily cruel actions.
But I think the predecessor's order does give us some leeway to tease them. Will that be acceptable? Fine, I'll compromise. You mustn't kill them easily. Thoroughly corner them and let them taste the fear of death before killing them. Will that be all right, Ronove?
Yes, if you simply remain conscious of the extent, I do not believe there will be a problem.
Then go!
Yes, leave it to us!
Your opponents are armed with guns. For those as skilled as yourselves, dodging them should be easy. But if you're hit, it will be fatal. Go with an appropriate level of caution.
Do not worry. We won't expose such a level of incompetence.
The two Sisters of Purgatory vanished. After bowing, Ronove also disappeared.
There's even rules on how to kill them. Why do I have to be constrained by my predecessor? It's so rigid and boring.
As the witch looked up at the portrait of the predecessor Beatrice hanging in the hall, she cursed. The three had already arrived at the kitchen and were gathering food supplies. Thinking of the possibility that poison had been mixed in, they gave up on the alluring fruits and vegetables, and gathered a whole cardboard box full of only the safe canned foods. It was very heavy, but by piling it on the cart they could carry it well enough. With all of that, there would be plenty for 10 people to hold on to until tomorrow's breakfast. That would be enough while they waited for the boat. The two men were supposed to be devoted to guard duty, but the weight of the load was tough on Kyrie even with the cart. Hideyoshi, who professed himself strong, switched to being the cart pusher, and Rudolph and his wife took up the task of guard duty.
With all this, even George and the kids will be full. We're not safe until we're home. Let's go.
When Hideyoshi vigorously proclaimed their departure, Kyrie frowned, looking as though she was gazing into the distance. There was a wall in that direction. No, if her gaze could go through that, the wall was beyond it.
What is it, Kyrie?
I sense something. I have a bad feeling about this.
Kyrie stopped, narrowing her eyes even further.
Women's intuition?
In times like this, Kyrie's intuition surpassed reason. Rudolph trusted that intuition.
Yes. Someone's probably waiting to ambush us. I didn't sense them until just a short while ago. But just now, I felt it. Just now, someone set up an ambush for us.
Then, there's no reason we need to return the way we came. There's a back door over there, right? Let's leave that way.
Rudolph made to unlock the back door. When things were carried into the kitchen, they never passed through the part of the mansion that the family came and went from. So outside the back door, there was probably a slope for transporting things. Surely, they would be able to leave through there with the cart.
What is this? It's stuck. Damn, what's going on?
Can't you open it?
Nope. Is it broken? It isn't giving an inch.
Rudolph tried various things, using force, then coaxing it, but the lock was as hard as stone, and it didn't even budge.
Don't stress over it. Let's leave through the front entrance. Right now, it'll be even worse if we stand around wasting time. You saying that this is a trap?
I don't know. Be careful.
With strained expressions, the three of them returned to the hall again and headed for the entrance.
Who's there?
The instant they exited into the hall, Rudolph noticed a suspicious shadow right in front of them and yelled. In that instant, a storm of gold leaves started blowing, and gold butterflies dyed the area a golden color. I can't believe it. A lowly human predicted our ambush. It isn't my fault. I was hiding my presence. Don't hesitate! Fire! The two guns spouted fire. The lead bullets blasted right through the pair's magic defense as easily as though it were a wet paper wall. But the two that who should have been there, had disappeared. Certainly, guns were very frightening objects for them. But there was no need to fear as long as they weren't hit. They had at least enough speed to dodge those. Wait a sec! You won't even let us say our names? This is why I hate humans! Leviathan protested, popping her head out from behind a pillar in the shadow of the staircase, a full 10 meters from where she had supposedly been. By order of Beatrice-sama, we shall now slay you! We're ordered to take some time teasing you. You're free to resist, but know that it's useless. That voice came from overhead. Belphegor could be seen on top of the hall chandelier. Elegantly looking down upon them, she proclaimed their execution with a cruel smile.
Who the heck are these girls?
Forget the cart. We have 2 opponents, so if we split up, they can't chase all of us. All 3 of them were well acquainted with the inside of the mansion. They had already made plans to run off in separate directions in the case of a crisis, returning to the guest house by breaking windows or leaving through a back door. Fighting was forbidden, as long as they could get away.
The 36 stratagems, fleeing's the best.
The 3 of them escaped into the depths of the mansion at full tilt. The 2 furniture calmly watched them go. I'll kill the woman. You take the man. Understood. The 2 pieces of furniture in the shadow of the pillar and on the chandelier burst apart their human-like forms, and, leaving behind only the sound of hopping beetles colliding with the walls, they pursued their respective targets. Habaki Gaming with the $5. This scene better than Rosa Musuo. Unironically, this scene made solving the mystery much easier. Let's fucking go. Yeah, this scene owns, and it'll make things a lot easier for you guys to solve. So think carefully while you vibe with the cool-ass scene. Their speed was overwhelming, and they easily blocked the other's path of retreat.
I'll inspect their skill as furniture. It'd be nice if they entertained me.
Beatrice-sama, I must suggest it wise not to show yourself carelessly.
A king doesn't carelessly wander about the center. That's part of a witch's dignity.
In front of Rudolph, who had boldly tried to escape to the 2nd floor, Belphegor was already standing in the way.
It's useless to try to resist or escape. You don't need to think about anything. Just close your eyes. I'll bring everything to a gentle finish.
You make a good wife. Your husband would be pleased to hear that kind of thing when he comes home tired.
To think that you're still relaxed enough to speak such vulgarity at a time like this. Beatrice-sama, thank you for such good prey. Die!
Rudolph fired first. But even before that bullet could hit her, Belphegor had already moved behind Rudolph's back. There she stood, her arm raised above her, a purple trail extending from it. However, even before that arm could decapitate Rudolph, unbelievably, Rudolph had swung his gun behind him. The barrel pointed behind his back, from the same motion with which he had reloaded the sawed-off gun one-handedly. It was pointing right at Belphegor's chest. Tack, clunk. It was the sound of the ejected empty cartridge finally hitting the wall after the reload. In other words, it meant that the next shot was already fully loaded. Without turning around, his gun pointing right at Belphegor's chest, Rudolph grinned.
Not bad. For a middle-aged man.
Don't look down on the generation that loves westerns, got it? Brats don't know jack squat about the refinement of lever action.
Just like Rudolph, Kyrie was also confronting a demon stake in the 1st floor corridor.
What an idiot you are. You should have just escaped with your husband.
You do know that that was your final farewell just now, right? Don't worry. This kind of thing is my husband's specialty. I'm sure he'll come for me on a white horse soon. Because he's never failed to come and save me when I'm in trouble. Not even when Asumu-san was around, you see. What a happy couple. I envy you. I'm Leviathan the Envious. Envy is itself my power. My anger. My origin. I agree. Envy is the source of a woman's power. And if you call something like that power, I won't lose to a girl like you.
Daniel the Spaniel. It's been a while since it's been mentioned, but Asumu is the name of Rudolph's wife before he was married to Kyrie, the one he cheated on her with. Or he cheated on Kyrie, or he cheated on Asumu with Kyrie.
Imagine saying that to the one who governs envy. You actually think I'd let you two be reunited? I'll give you a tragic farewell.
The arm Leviathan swung trailed purple. It was a magic blade that cut by the power of malice. Kyrie guarded herself against that with her gun. Even though the magic blade should have been able to cut through metal like butter, the gun, with its extremely high magic resistance, was able to block the blade as easily as if it were rolled up newspaper. Rapidly, 2 times, 3 times, it blocked all of them. Yeah, the Kyrie CG is... And without missing the opening created when that purple trail took a long swing upward, Kyrie kicked Leviathan in the stomach with her heel. Almost like she was a lightly dancing feather, Leviathan was knocked away. Before the Demon Snake's feet touched ground again. Kyrie had already perfectly captured Leviathan, who was in midair, down the barrel of her gun. From midair, the 2 women who had spoken to each other of envy as power met each other's gaze.
Can you pull it? That trigger! You know, I can be pretty brutal when my husband isn't around.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Tofu64, Nezumi, she's taken. I mean, maybe not for long. Rudolph tumbled down the staircase. He had been gradually chased down by Belphegor and had been pushed back into the original hall.
The predecessor's furniture is pretty good. She's lacking in flair, though.
Beatrice-sama, it isn't over yet. It's dangerous to show yourself.
Could you possibly be Aniki?
That used to be my name.
But not now, Rudolph.
You don't have to tell me. You're gonna say that you're the Golden Witch Beatrice, right?
How did you know?
Since the time Rosa was killed, I had a general idea. Rosa, forgive me. Forgive me for sending the sister you hated down to your hell.
Beatrice-sama, look out!
Rudolph pointed the unforgiving barrel of his gun at the witch who claimed to have once been his sister. But Belphegor could not permit that, and savagely attacked. She sprung at him, vanished, and got behind him. If he dodged that attack, she got behind him again. She vanished over and over, each time teleporting into Rudolph's blind spot. It was almost like she was a fairy. As she blinked in and out of vision, Belphegor incessantly drove towards Rudolph.
This might be kind of fun in its own way. Rudolph, let me leisurely watch and see how long your brave efforts last you.
Then, a dull tearing sound and Rudolph's cry of anguish intermingled. Rudolph had finally reacted too slowly in his dance with the purple trail, which pressed upon him, and he had let it lightly cut him on his side. A single wound delayed a single one of his actions. That caused a new wound, which delayed him from acting again. Belphegor's dance began to swallow Rudolph whole.
Watching Rudolph's body gradually get carved up, his former sister let out a shrill laugh. Leviathan could no longer hide her irritation that Kyrie was absolutely refusing to allow her to deliver a fatal wound.
I really am dense. Among the 7 sisters, I was always the slowest to grow. I was always slow, always weak, always stupid. That inferiority complex became envy. And when I converted that into power, I gained a strength greater than that of any of the other sisters. It's important to have a moderate inferiority complex when you're a girl. It teaches women about cosmetics and hard work.
Kyrie, Jesus.
I don't like using the limits of my power against mere humans, but I will turn my envy of your ability to completely trust your husband into power. I don't like it. Why are you so relaxed when you're fighting for your life?
I wonder.
I get it. You fully believe that your husband will definitely come to rescue you and will save you. Isn't it incredible, that trust of yours? It's worthy of my envy.
What kind of trust do we as sisters have in each other? We sisters are always looking down on each other, trying to thoroughly lambast each other, and turn things from bad to worse.
I've always been bullied by my sisters. I've always wanted just one of them to become my ally. So, since you have that single ally, who you can place complete trust in, I feel the strongest envy towards you. The composed expression of total belief in your husband. I can feel my envy giving me power. I might even exceed it. The speed of sound.
Leviathan turned herself into a stake, and the speed of her flight as she attacked was proportional to the strength of her envy.
On that day when my sisters looked down on me, I was jealous from the bottom of my heart of the other 6 who had grown quickly. I was jealous for 7 days and 7 nights. Behold the power and speed I ultimately gained! Die, you Shirimiya Kyrie!
The demon stake exposed her true form, leaping about at a terrible speed. The noise from her colliding with and bouncing off the walls sounded like a machine gun. By now, Kyrie probably couldn't tell whether it was a single stake or a swarm of beetles flying and bouncing around. Leviathan was certain of a greater than 100% chance of victory from the bottom of her heart. Then, Kyrie spoke with an unbelievably calm voice.
I was the one who had been going out with Rudolph's-san from the very beginning. Asumu-san shamelessly cut in between us, and calculatingly got herself pregnant. I don't blame Rudolph-san. That woman manipulated him using her body as a weapon, and cornered him into a situation where he was forced to become engaged to her. Asumu-san was carrying Battler-kun, and at the same time, I was also carrying a boy. As fate would have it, our delivery dates were on the same day. And Asumu-san gave birth to Battler-kun, but I was not so lucky. There's something I've thought about. What if Asumu-san had been the unlucky one, and I had been the one to give birth? Would Rudolph-san have broken off his engagement and married me? But I couldn't birth a child. So until Asumu-san died, and until I got pregnant with Anje, I cursed Asumu-san, and I was jealous of her. Asumu-san should just die. And then I want him to remarry with me. In my envy, I kept cursing her like that, over and over, until Asumu-san finally died. I became certain that I possessed the power of magic, and that it had become a curse which killed Asumu-san. But that did not quell the flames of my envy. Don't tell anyone, alright? Every time I look at Battler-kun, I remember that woman. And every time I look at Battler-kun, I think that if only my child had been born, he would be the same age. I'm still jealous of her, tormented by her, now and forever, for all eternity. You say that you were jealous of your sisters for 7 days and 7 nights? That's right.
Don't make me laugh, you little brat! How could you understand the madness of a woman whose man was stolen from her and who was burned with envy for 18 years?
If Leviathan's power had 24 hours times 7 days, or 168 hours worth of speed, then the power that Kyrie had accumulated was 24 hours in 1 day, 365 days in 1 year, and for 18 whole years. Even without counting leap years, it was 157,680 hours. Compared to Leviathan's power and speed, it was more than 938 times greater. So then, even if Leviathan was soaring at the speed of sound, 1,225 kilometers an hour, to Kyrie's eyes, it only looked like 1 out of 938 of that. So then, 1,225 divided by 938 is a speed of 1.30 kilometers an hour. They say that a human's walking speed is 4 kilometers an hour, so it was even less than half of that, almost the same speed as a baby crawling on the floor. So then. Menlo Marseilles with the $2. Kyrie envy math was a big meme back in the day. Yeah, it was. In unit time, slowed so much that you could count all the bits of dust floating in the air. Kyrie looked at the demon stake with pity. She pitied the slowness at which it came towards her. And she lazily raised the barrel of her gun, almost as though she was trying to swallow the demon stake up with the gun barrel.
You're completely lacking in both love and envy.
Come back when you're older, darling.
Holy shit!
Rudolph, what happened to all that vigor from a couple seconds ago? Ikizukuri is best served while it's still twitching.
Sliced live fish.
After it dies, it isn't interesting in the slightest. That's enough. Why not kill him now and forever?
Also, iconic laser with the $10. Come back when you're older, darling. That's fucking right.
Damn it.
I'm surprised you managed to endure this long after being carved up.
That's enough. You don't need to think about anything more. I'll steal your life away painlessly.
Wait, do me a favor. In the very end, I want to do one of those.
What do you mean, one of those?
One of those things that Westerns made famous. That thing when we put our backs together, walk 3 steps, and then bang.
Ah, a duel. Very well. If that will satisfy your regrets in this world, I'll accept.
Guys, you don't know how much I was trying to keep myself from talking about this scene when we fucking played Danganronpa Another earlier this week. When that happened, I was like, oh my god, it's just like Belphegor versus Rudolph. Rudolph raised his wound-covered body and turned his back to her. Belphegor responded and faced her back to his. Belphegor had a sense of integrity that was uncommon in a witch's furniture.
Let me warn you, even if you press the barrel of your gun between my eyebrows, I can teleport even faster than you could pull the trigger and have the bullet reach my skull.
Yeah, I'm already feeling that throughout my body. You're faster than a bullet.
I have agreed to this out of respect for your courage in challenging me to a duel despite that knowledge. Thank me.
You're a person of integrity, and a good woman. You might just steal my heart away.
Let's get this started. These 3 steps is fine? First, 1 step.
2 steps.
3 steps. Is that alright?
Yep. And since you haven't noticed, and since you still haven't noticed after walking 3 whole steps, looks like I win, girl.
What?
Rudolph turned around and fired off another bullet. Of course, Belphegor could easily see through the speed and trajectory of a bullet like that. It should have been no problem at all to dodge it. But a spray of fresh blood flew about. Belphegor had set up an adequate magical defensive barrier, but before an incarnation of anti-magic power such as that bullet, it was completely meaningless.
What are you doing? Why'd you get hit?
The bullet had hit Belphegor right in the chest. The pain from the lead caused her to grimace, as did the pain from the denial of magic.
Forgive me. I'm a coward of a man.
What a mood killer. To think that someone who's furniture to a witch could be defeated by a human. Know your shame. Worthless. Pathetic. Why don't you just stay sprawled there and die forever?
Quit it, Aniki. This girl could have dodged it, but she didn't. She realized that you were in the line of fire, so this girl of integrity took it without dodging and guarded you. In the very end, she noticed that I was forking the rook and the king.
Spectacular.
Don't think badly of me. I plan to accept my fate if you realized why you were taking those 3 steps.
Those 3 steps were out of consideration for me then. I didn't even try to think about it. I was lazy.
You were a good woman. Go to heaven before me and do your makeup. I'll definitely come and talk you up.
Shut up, Rudolph.
Although, it's gonna take a really long time before we get to the point where I'm able to actually talk about this. But Sloth is so fucking perfect for Rudolph here. For him to face off against Sloth, for that to be the one assigned to him, I could say a lot about Rudolph and Sloth. Okay. Anyway, let's move on. As Belphegor slowly fell over, she even lost the power that kept her in a human form, and she turned as fine as gold dust and melted into thin air. At that point, Kyrie dashed in. It seemed that she had defeated her pursuer with her own hands. As she pointed the barrel of her gun straight at the witch, she ran up to the wound-covered Rudolph.
Are you alright? Were you talking someone up just now?
Yep, a fine woman. No match for you, of course.
Sorry.
Sorry, Aniki. It's checkmate.
The two of them pinned the witch down the barrel of their guns.
Worthless furniture. I can't believe they were beaten by human opponents. Worthless. Stupid. Boring!
Beatrice-sama, we should retreat from this place. There's no furniture or barrier to guard against bullets here.
The witch began to let out a muffled laugh. It surprised not only Rudolph and Kyrie, but Ronove as well, because a situation like this, with 2 guns pointed at her, was not one that could just be laughed off, even by a witch. But the witch laughed with pleasure. Oh, is it time?
Well, it's only natural that it'd be impossible for the predecessor's worn-out furniture. I have to have new furniture, suitable for me. I use them out of obligation. But I've always hated hand-me-downs.
As she said that, she looked down on Belphegor's remains, which had turned completely into a pile of gold dust, with disgust.
I don't know what you're talking about. Now put your damn hands up.
Then, the witch obediently raised her hands, but instead of raising her hands because a gun was being pointed at her, it looked more like she was a conductor facing an orchestra, waving her conductor's baton. Oh yeah, here we go!
Come, arise, furniture suitable for me. Not that cheap furniture, much, much stronger ones. Cruel ones. No funny stuff. I'll pull the trigger.
In response to the witch's call, the hall was once again buried in the color of gold. It was the wild dance of brilliantly radiant gold butterflies, and felt as though they had been swallowed up by an ocean of gold leaf. Ronove was left shocked at that upsurge in magic power. That was because it far surpassed even that of his former master. As their eyes were dazzled amidst the golden brilliance, a gunshot could be heard. Either Rudolph or Kyrie had fired a round. And, after the golden glow subsided, there was the witch, looking at least cool and composed. Hold on, sorry. I gotta check something real quick. Okay. I was wondering what that notification was. Got it. The bullet? Kyrie had definitely fired it into her, but it was not embedded anywhere in the witch's body. There it was. The bullet was fastened in midair, right in front of the witch's chest.
A bulletproof barrier.
A barrier which took even her predecessor a significant amount of preparation in an instant. Ronove's face was now twisted in shock, and the surprise did not stop there. The group of gold butterflies created 2 humanoid forms. It was a furniture summoning. The butterflies peeled off and flew away, and beneath them, furniture in the shape of girls showed themselves.
The Chiester sisters' troops. Even the predecessor wasn't able to summon the Pendragon's memorial troops on a moment's notice, and so easily.
Chester 410 right here.
I know it's 410, but 410 makes it easier to say quickly. Also, yeah, let's look at their profiles real quick. Chester 45. A weapon in a contract with Beatrice. 45 has an extremely meticulous and timid personality, and is fairly paranoid. For that reason, she compensates well for the weakness of 410's slapdash personality when they work as a pair. Cannot bear silence, and even becomes emotionally unstable unless she is constantly being given orders. 45 excels in enemy search and being decisive. The sister's battle power is doubled by her support. Chester 410. A weapon in contract with Beatrice. 410 is a kid with character who has a unique and brazen way of speaking. Her hobby is teasing serious and uptight people, which is why she likes 45 and Lucifer. Rough-spoken, but loves company and easily succumbs to loneliness. Gets depressed unless there is someone constantly giving her attention. I relate to her. 410 excels in firing control and even in close-range combat. Exhibits battle power that is second to none. 410 is literally just like fucking anime girl Bugs Bunny, to be honest.
Chester 410 right here. Chester 45 right here. You two are suitable furniture for me, right? From reading you a picture book to going on a friendship date to shooting down a meteorite, we'll take care of anything. If we don't take care of it, the Dragon King will get mad at us. Please, your orders, great Lady Beatrice.
Rudolph-san, let's run. These guys are no good.
Sure.
Thanks to the same feeling that had alerted her to the ambush by the Seven Sisters of Purgatory, Kyrie clearly heard warning sirens going off in her head, almost resembling screams. Without hesitation, they ran. As the witch elegantly watched them leave, she ordered her new furniture.
This is an order. Kill the 2 who ran away. Then bring the corpses back here. Then I'll bring them back to life and play with them over and over.
The witch's expression twisted with an evil smile. Even though she feared that expression, Lucifer appeared and spoke.
My apologies. The predecessor said to avoid brutal actions of that.
When the witch stared at her with those terrifying eyes, Lucifer was struck dumb. She was unsatisfied. She was bored of not being able to let her own power and her own cruelty run wild. Irritated by her predecessor's furniture telling her to act with restraint, her discontent was at its peak.
Oh, it's Lucifer Chan the Proud. Long time no seen ya. How you doing? Let's play together again sometime. 410, you mustn't chat. You'll get in trouble. Let us carry out the great Lady Beatrice's orders at once. Looks like we're on the job right now, Nya. 410, understood. Preparing for sniping pursuit combat. Collecting terrain data. Collecting firing data. Data linked to 410. 410 data received. Target acquired. Correcting for terrain. Forming firing curve. Control points adjusted. Data linked to 45. 45 data received. Checking danger zone. Not there. You're in the way behind us, Lucifer-chan. You'll get roasted in the backfire, you know.
The Chiester sisters, through their mutual measurements, were able to instantly calculate the terrain inside the mansion and the coordinates of their targets, as well as the firing curve to reach them. Yes, their shots could be guided to draw a curved line. No one would be able to escape it. The precision homing ability of the Seven Sisters of Purgatory was nothing more than a cheap version of the ability these two held.
45. Firing preparations complete. Ammo selected. Now loading.
The two of them faced each other, and as though they were both pulling back a bowstring together, there, a dazzling golden arrow was readied.
410. Firing.
After they proclaimed that they were firing, together, they released a single arrow. As the curve taken by the gold-sparkling snake of light drew a trail, it headed in the direction Rudolph and Kyrie had run in rapid pursuit. It turned through the corridors, crawled over the floor, chasing them as it drew a beautiful curve. No one could block the Chester sisters' homing projectiles. No one could escape them, and their strength could pierce all physical and magical defenses. It was an all-too-merciless guided weapon of certain death. However, among mythical-class soldiers, it was a weapon used by pretty much everyone. It was very commonplace for them, and very extraordinary for those of the everyday world.
What the?
When he noticed something rapidly chasing them and turned around, Rudolph was shot straight through the location of his heart by the gold snake. It all happened in an instant.
Rudolph-san!
After the gold snake ran Rudolph through, it swooped down to the floor, drawing a beautiful spiral, coiled itself around Kyrie's legs, and crawled up to her chest. And just like Rudolph, it shot straight through the location of her heart. And all of that, too, happened in an instant. It impaled Rudolph, and it impaled Kyrie. So they died at almost the same time, dropped to their knees at the same time, and fell over at the same time.
What is this? So overwhelming. That was ridiculously easy, wasn't it? This is the kind of furniture I need. Way different from my predecessor's second-hand furniture. Come on, bring their corpses here. I'll keep reviving them until I'm bored and try killing them in the most brutal ways I can think of. To think that being a witch could be so much fun. That taking a life could be so much fun.
The most shunned action to take for someone born a human is the murder of another human. It's only natural for a human not to understand how pleasurable it is to break this taboo. But she was no longer a human. She was a witch. And there were some pleasures that only witches could understand. By now, she had tasted those pleasures, and was totally immersed in them. After learning that the contents of the forbidden pot were honey, she could no longer live without it. No, maybe the contents were honey because they were forbidden. In any case, the act of killing humans gruesomely, and doing it over and over, was by now giving her a drug-like pleasure. As the witch rolled over, laughing, the gold snake which had just been fired returned as though being hauled back in. The two were stitched at the tip and being dragged along. The witch's order had been carried out. Rudolph and Kyrie had been killed instantly, and their bodies had been carried back.
Chester 45, 410. Execution of orders completed. We await your next order, Great Lady Beatrice. Please, your order. From babysitting to playing you an online multiplayer to shooting down a space shuttle, we'll take care of everything. These two are apparently the sacrifices for the fourth twilight and the fifth twilight. So in the end, I need those worthless seven sisters. Oh, I guess they're five sisters now. I need those girls to pierce and gouge the forehead and the chest. But I can do that at the very end. And I'm free to play in any way until then, right? Wait. Have you already forgotten what I told you? Oh, it's you, Predecessor Soma. Do you have any complaints? Of course I do. You're doing as you please, are you not? Why can't you follow my directions? What's wrong with doing as I please, Predecessor Soma? And I haven't got the slightest desire to deviate from the rules of the ritual. I'll make sure to clean those two corpses up later and drive stakes into their forehead and chest. I'm telling you, that's not the problem. If you act so undignified and cruel, some people might take it badly. You mean your opponent in that game who I heard you were fighting with somewhere? Renove told me.
Curse that blabbermouth. Well, to be perfectly honest, that's how it is. I had a complaint that,
It is a little too much, you see. It's not like there's any need for them to tell you to pass it on instead of objecting directly to me. That person's a coward. Well, that person is a resident of a different world from this one, you see. There's no choice but to use me as an intermediary. Well, anyway, the point is... Which means that this person can't interact with me even if they wanted to. And I can't interact with them even if I wanted to either. Am I correct to understand that this is an unrelated person from a world that far away?
Rudolph cheating with Kyrie, Vomit, Ava Beatrice cheating with magic, Horsefly with the 5 New Zealand dollars. Thank you so much. Oh my god.
By analogy, perhaps you could say these worlds are like 2 very close parallel lines. The worlds are very nearby, but since they're parallel lines, they will never cross. For the time being, you may view that world in such a manner.
They never cross, which means that world has nothing to do with me. If you're telling me on behalf of that person to show some restraint, please pass this message on to them.
A message? What should I say?
It's none of your business, so screw off, you old hag. Why don't you just give up and die forever? Oh, I'm sorry. Since it was a friend of yours, I just imagined that she'd be a woman. By old hag, I'm definitely not talking about you, predecessor Soma. So please forgive me.
When she spoke, the witch was looking straight into Beato's eyes. Anyone in that place would be able to figure it out just by looking.
Predecessor Soma, there's something I find very strange. Why do you have to play a game with that person from another world and have them accept that you're a witch?
Well, about that, that's because making all humans accept the existence of witches is related to perfect control. There was a single holdout, you see, and he just won't accept me as a witch.
Why is it that you need that human's approval? Witches are witches, and they use magic. Why do you need a human's acknowledgement for this?
Well, like I said earlier, that which is called magic is...
I am a witch. I can use magic without anyone's approval in particular, so what's your point?
In this world, right? However, since he will not accept it, how should I explain it?
I don't need an explanation. After all, isn't this all about a different world that never crosses this one? In other words, it's just as though that world doesn't exist. Whether you're fighting in a game or in another world, or talking about your delusions, that doesn't change anything. I'll say it again. It has nothing to do with me. I am already a witch. Predecessor Soma, somehow or another it seems that you can't become a witch as long as this person doesn't accept you, but I'm different. Even though no one has accepted me, I am already an excellent witch. Since you're my predecessor, I will formally pay you respect, but that's out of goodwill, not out of duty. I do not seek your advice anymore, and I understand clearly what I should do now and how I should play from now on. So, I will carry out the ceremonial murder of the 13 people as a final act of respect to you. However, as for the methods I use, and what I do after that, there's absolutely no reason I should be lectured by you on those. Therefore, I'll be counting on you in that regard.
At a glance, those words seemed obedient, but they contained within them a clear parting of ways. They were saying, as clear as could be, I have no more reason to rely on you, so don't get in the way of my fun. Beato understood that, and was dejected, realizing that no matter how she explained it, she wouldn't be able to make that witch understand.
I see. Then it is no longer my problem. Go ahead and learn firsthand how magic ceases to exist when you lose your feelings of respect for it.
That carefree rampage of yours up until now, I would dearly like to hear how it can be called respect.
After hearing that, Beato could not respond, because she remembered hearing exactly the same thing from her master.
So, Jester sisters, my predecessor is just leaving. Please see her off. Predecessor Sama, please retire from this place. If you don't, we'll be scolded.
Throughout her body, Beato felt something invisible in the Chiester sisters' eyes, which could only be described as an oppressive feeling. Most likely, they were initiating firing calculations. It was an action much like taking out a gun and cocking it. Even Beato could not escape from the Chiester sisters' attacks without any preparation. In the past, she had placed her greatest trust in them, so she knew down to her very soul how terrifying they were.
Predecessor Sama, if you would retire. I would not recommend damaging Beatrice Sama's mood any further.
Predecessor Sama.
All right. I shall now take my leave. I shall take my time appreciating the circumstances you will put yourself in.
That was as close as you could get to a loser's last retort. So after Beato hid herself, and her furniture, the witch and her furniture fell over laughing.
Well, I understand. Endless power is fun. The joy of freely toying with the life, the epitome of finite things, cannot be explained to those who have not tasted it. I can understand the feeling of being possessed with that pleasure. It must have been quite fun, judging from your antics in the past. As you were saying, are you saying that it's how you used to admonish me in the past, Master, and I did not listen?
Why is it that you have started trying to scold that child for her actions? Well...
There's a single large difference between you and that child. That child may already be a witch. Of course, you are also a witch. In the world on top of the game board. However, to be accepted as a witch outside the game board, you need to have your opponent in this game, Battler-kun, accept you. You must have understood that when you started the game. I thought that if I could show off a whirlwind of proof that I'm a witch, blow away his feelings that made him deny me and break him completely, he would accept me as a witch. It all went my way last time, so I thought I was just a breath away.
It's actually the opposite. Battler-kun was shocked by your brutality, and the reason he stepped up as your opponent was not because he accepted you as an equal opponent. It was based on a strong animosity, as he tried to completely deny the existence of a brutal witch. In your foolishness, you probably felt that Battler-kun considering himself as your opponent was the first step toward making him accept that you're a witch. However, it was actually the exact opposite. Battler-kun challenged you in this game because he definitely would not accept you as a witch. No matter how much the thoughtless north wind blew, the traveler only wore his cloak even tighter. You were committing a huge error from the very beginning. This game is not torture to break Battler-kun. It is a test in which you must work hard to make Battler-kun accept you. I vaguely, realized that. Last time it was a tough game for Battler-kun, but it seems that you've already noticed. This time, the game is tough for you.
What should I do from now on?
Think about it yourself. Fortunately, you have already abandoned being a piece on the game board and relegated things to the new witch. You should have time to deliberately ponder upon yourself.
But Battler's already a big ball of hostility. He won't accept witches and he won't accept me. In that case, how do I make Battler accept me then? Are you saying that if the north wind doesn't work, then I should shine on him as the sun from now on? I should? After all this time?
It is October now, the Halloween season. It's the month of rebirth, when the sun dies and is revived again. When the sun is weak right after reviving, it may pale in comparison to the cold winter winds. However, it slowly grows, and is eventually able to hail the coming of spring. At that time, the traveler may even fold up his cloak.
So you say that I'm mistaken?
The beautiful hall of the Yoshirimiya mansion was covered in a glow golden like gold leaf, and stained deep red with thick spurts of blood. The number of deaths given to Rudolph and Kyrie had long surpassed anything you could count on both your fingers and your toes. The witch was breathing so hard her shoulders shook, but it wasn't because she was tired. She just couldn't hide the ragged breathing caused by her still uncontainable excitement.
fun is it to do as I will with the life and death of people? Before the power of the endless switch, every one of the infinities I paint with my mind becomes reality. No matter how sloppily I mash them, I can revive them, returning them to normal with just a snap of my fingers. Because in the end, I just have to return the corpses to normal and make a token show of following the epitaph. Hey, you guys, have you ever sliced a stuffed animal's stomach open? Never. What about you, 45? No, I've never done it. My apologies. Of course not. Normally you wouldn't. Especially not if it was a stuffed animal you liked. But I've always thought about it. I wondered what was packed inside this fluffy stuffed animal that I loved so much. And I always thought I'd like to peek inside one day.
If you cut it and looked inside, your curiosity might be quelled, but the stuffed animal would be broken. So even though you want to see, you can't. You understand that feeling, right?
The power of the endless witch can grant exactly that wish. As I am now, I can slice the stuffed animal all I want. And yet, with a bit of magic, I can revive it back to normal. In other words, it means that I have broken all limitations in this world. As I am now, I don't have to hesitate, refrain, or anything of the sort. The joy. There's probably no one who can understand it. No one other than me, the endless witch.
As the witch let out a euphoric cry, she revived Rudolph and Kyrie again, and faster than they could realize it, she killed them right away. As she made it known that something other than cotton was stuffed inside those two.
Give it a rest, Ava!
Huh? Oh, you. You're here. In that hall of tragedy, Hideyoshi showed himself, his gun readied. The witch had sealed the mansion with a barrier, so Hideyoshi had nowhere to run. He had probably picked up Rudolph's or Kyrie's gun and come back. It seemed that the gun, which should have been something to be feared, was no longer an object she took seriously now that she was overflowing with magic power. Her bold expression didn't flinch in the slightest.
Why'd you have to kill Rosa-san and Maria-chan? And Rudolph-kun and Kyrie-san?
Huh? I'm the head of the Ashiramiya family and the Witch of Rokenjima. I'm free to start whatever I like on this island. Just isolating this one instant and asking about their life and death within it is meaningless to me.
Hideyoshi was struck speechless by that all too callous response from the witch. Could someone's personality change so much just by finding Kinzo's gold? Wait, what? No, Nikki M. It's not me. Key is. Key is the one that is Australian. That's why we weren't able to do that stream, because it was going to be on Key's channel.
Just how high was that gold piled? I can't even imagine it. It must have been enough to make you lose your own sanity. Still, there wasn't that much gold. Why didn't you think of graciously splitting it up?
If there was that much gold.
You misunderstand. All of that belongs to the Golden Witch. No one is qualified to touch it except for me.
What are you? Are you trying to say that you're that thing Ava told me about long ago? The witch Ava from when she was young?
That's right. I am me in my youth, who was always living in the heart of your wife, Ushirimiya Ava. And I'm a witch. Ava became an adult by forgetting me, so she can't use my magic.
Everyone fills their heads sometimes with innocent yet cruel fantasies as kids. Even me, when I was young, I'd sometimes go stepping on ants and pulling the wings off dragonflies. But you learn the importance of life, and you grow out of that cruel childhood age. Right now, you really are a child, you know? A personality that Ava should have outgrown. That's not Ava. It's a different human.
That's right. I'm not Ushirimiya Ava. I'm the Golden Witch, Beatrice. It's so fun not being bound by any limitations, and the pleasure of being able to do as I will with life and death is truly wonderful. I don't have to apologize for breaking the goldfish bowl, and I can tear the stuffed animal as much as I want.
A dry sound. It was the sound of Hideyoshi slapping the witch's face. By looking at the hall, stained deep red with fresh blood, he should have been able to imagine how terrible the witch was. But without fear, without even hesitating, Hideyoshi had walked determinedly up to her and hit her on the cheek.
You dolt! Don't act like you're cruel, not when you're really a coward and a weakling! I'll keep you on the straight and narrow, you wicked woman! You Dumbo! Nitwit!
Ow! Ouch! Hey!
You used to be a woman who understood how important, how fragile a life is. I'll knock some sense back into you. What's all this about witches? What a load of crock! You're my wife, Ushiramiya Ava! A witch in the kitchen thoughtfully whipping up snacks from leftovers in the fridge. That's the only witch you are. Open your eyes, you blundering dolt!
Didn't I just say that I'm not Ushiramiya Ava?
That's horse crap. You...
As tears dripped down his face, Hideyoshi kept hitting the witch's head. He wasn't even pointing the gun at her anymore. So, that sound of gunfire couldn't have come from the gun Hideyoshi was holding. The gun, which had fallen in the corner near Rudolph's body, was floating in the air. And smoke lingered near the barrel. And the bullet? A red stain was slowly spreading across the chest of Hideyoshi's vest. Even though his back was facing the barrel of the gun, the bullet was embedded in Hideyoshi's chest.
I told you, I'm not Ava! What a stupid, annoying man! You're a pain, so I'll switch the sacrifice for the sixth twilight to you. If you just stayed hidden under a bed quivering or something, I planned to let you go. You deliberately came back. You really are a stupid man.
Thunk. There was a dull sound as Hideyoshi fell to the floor. Even though he would be able to escape his pain by dying, he resisted that until the last second. And staring straight into the witch's eyes, he passed away. Because he died without closing his eyes, for a short while, the witch didn't realize that he was dead, and she remained pinned down by that gaze.
Will we make this one a new toy and play?
At those words, the witch finally realized that Hideyoshi was dead.
Right. What'll we do?
The Chiester sisters waited for instructions. On the inside, they imagined an order even more brutal than before from their master. But the expression that rose to the witch's face looked as though she had gotten over her excitement. She looked down at Hideyoshi's face, which still had tears dripping down it.
This guy totally ruined my mood.
Yeah, I'm done.
Ronove, you there?
Yes, right here.
Clean up, please. My predecessor will be annoying. Please make it clean enough so that the old hag will accept it, and I guess I'll follow the rules of the ritual out of responsibility to my predecessor. Please make these 3 corpses the 4th twilight or the 6th twilight. Lucifer, you're up. Lucifer the Proud, right here. Dig into these 3 corpses and gouge them. Into the corpses? That's right. You have a problem with that? No.
The 7 Sisters of Purgatory had a modest sense of pride. It was the pride of a hunter, the pride of gouging prey that they had brought down themselves. However, being told to gouge a corpse that someone else had brought down ran contrary to that feeling. Of course, that was not the witch's intention, but for the 7 Sisters, it was horribly humiliating. However, they had already messed up, with 2 of the sisters defeated, so they had no right to question her. Only Ronove appreciated that, and he rested his hand on her shoulder in understanding.
It is Beatrice Sommel's order. Lucifer, carry the 3 and deal with them according to the protocol of the ritual. Then, when you're done, lend me a hand with the cleanup.
Certainly.
Is there a Discord so I can find out about these things in the future if the timing is different? Yeah, sorry about that, by the way. This is a very, one-time kind of thing that happened with the timing being changed, yeah. But, The Discord is joinable through the Patreon, and if you join for even $1, you'll get in, and then you won't be kicked out after the Patreon is canceled, if you want to do that. The witch looked down upon Hideyoshi's corpse, as though implying this somehow weird atmosphere was all Hideyoshi's fault. Stupid man. You didn't even have to die.
Honey! Honey, where are you? You're there, right? Answer me!
The sound of a loud thunderbolt woke Ava from her nightmare. If Hideyoshi had been gripping her hand at that time, her fearful heart would have probably been instantly healed. However, Hideyoshi, who had sworn that he wouldn't leave even for a moment, was nowhere to be seen in the room.
Honey, answer me. Honey!
Yeah, that scene it sure is something. It's really, like, it's almost, I think it ties very interestingly into, like, the whole overarching gender thing, where it's, like, even the person who treats Ava the kindest, her husband, still has, like, these really fucking, like, old-fashioned, outdated, stupid gender role views that, like, those are exactly the things that put Ava in the situation that made it possible for something like Ava Beatrice to exist. Like, the whole thing that Ava Beatrice embodies is those frustrations, is that being looked down upon, is that being tortured and, like, basically, like, treated like garbage for a majority of her young life, and, like, having all of her dreams sort of like things that she has to give up on, and just, like, accept as things that she'll never be able to do unless, you know, like, letting George do them or something. You know, it's depressing. It's really depressing. And yeah, I mean, Hideyoshi is not perfect. Not at all. He's just, like, marginally better than some of the other relatives. But everybody in the Ushirimiya family sucks to some degree or another. 30 minutes had already passed since Rudolph's group has left the guest house. By any measure, their return was too late. Oh, well, yeah, I mean, Maria. Maria is fine. We love Maria. She hasn't done anything wrong. Although, and I hate to say this, because, like, I do love Maria, don't get me wrong. I love Maria to death. But, like, with the way that this family operates, can you really say that Maria would have been a perfect adult if things had gotten to that point? Do you think she wouldn't have externalized any of her issues in some not so pleasant ways? I'm just saying, like, nobody is a perfect victim. You know, it's tough. It's really tough. By any measure, their return was too late, and Kraus and Natsuhi, who were waiting by the entrance, were by now about as restless as they could stand. The chain was set on the door. That was a precaution in the event that Rudolph's group was attacked, and the master key was stolen from them. I do believe so, but I hate the notion that Maria would end up exactly like Rosa. Yeah, I don't think she would end up exactly like Rosa or anything like that, but I do think that she would obviously have issues. But yeah, like, I'm not trying to judge her, to be clear. I'm just saying that, like, it is a possibility. For that reason, they needed to wait by the entrance like this for the others to return.
They really are taking too long. You don't think something happened to them?
Kraus glanced between the clock and the door, struggling to feign composure.
If by some chance they were not to return.
A terrible thought, but it looks as though we should ready ourselves for that possibility.
By the way, I don't just speculate that out of completely nowhere, but I I won't be able to give you my further like thoughts on that subject until much later from now. So, you know, until then. But I'll tell you a little bit more about why I think that way and like why I worry about that whenever we get to when it's relevant.
It really was reckless after all.
That is what I said. Why did they go outside when they knew that it was this dangerous? How foolish. Had just been attacked.
Nothing will come from saying that now. In any event, there are now 3 adults in the guest house. Me, you, and Ava, who's asleep with a high fever.
At that time, there was the forceful sound from the hallway of a door being opened and Ava's shrieking voice. That voice kept calling Hideyoshi's name. It seemed as though the high fever had given her a bad dream or something, and now she was calling her husband's name.
Ava-san? What is it? Are you alright?
Audio? Is anything wrong with the audio? Cutting off? Video skipped for a second and stopped, though it was only for a moment. Is it still happening right this second? Fine here, it's fine now. Okay. Keeps stopping and re-going. Still going for me. Huh. That's strange. Okay, well, hopefully nothing will continue to happen. We'll just see. Okay. I do hear a little bit of thunder outside, so hopefully nothing goes wrong. At least I thought I heard thunder, unless it was the game. I might be psyching myself out. I don't know.
Ava-san, what is it? Are you alright? Where is my husband? My husband isn't here! He promised that he'd stay with me the whole time. He promised that he'd hold my hand the whole time.
Kraus was taken aback by this attitude of hers, which she had never shown in front of him before, but Natsuhi understood her feelings.
Calm down. Hideyoshi-san is with Rudolph-san and Kiria-san, and they're outside right now. Outside? Why? He promised he'd stay with me the whole time! Why did he go outside? You mustn't go outside! The witch is outside! You mustn't go, you'll be killed!
Guys, I gotta restrain some of the screaming. My voice.
Ava, calm yourself. Hideyoshi-san is back in the mansion with Rudolph and Kiria-san.
Why did he have to go to the mansion? Why did you let him outside when it's safe in here? Why did he go back to the mansion?
They went to get enough food to last until tomorrow. Hideyoshi-san was worried about your health and he told us so.
When will they come back? When will he come back? He can't go outside, not to the rose garden, not to the mansion. The witch is there. The golden witch is walking around. If she finds him, he'll be killed. He'll definitely be killed. When will my husband come back? They left here 30 minutes ago. We're waiting for their return. 30 minutes? That makes no sense. Why would it take him so much time to go to the mansion, get food, and come back? And why are you two just standing around here? We have to go get him. Quick, we have to go where he is.
Ava had probably had quite a nightmare, and after waking up and discovering that it still wasn't over, she could no longer hide her confusion. Natsuhi tried calming her down, but it only made Ava's emotions explode all the more. Maybe they heard that disturbance. The lobby door opened slightly, and Battler and the kids who should have been upstairs poked their faces out. Kraus, Natsuhi, Ava, and Battler, George, Jessica, and Nanjo. Everyone in the guest house was gathered by the entrance and understood the current situation.
I agree with Mother. We should go check on Father and the others. Yeah, you're right. There's also the chance that their load is too heavy, and they're having trouble carrying it. They should welcome some extra hands.
Rosa-san was attacked not too long ago. There's a possibility that this is a second disaster.
Hold on just a second. Had to reply to something real quick.
We should act with caution here and...
Don't be ridiculous. Act with caution and what? Are you saying that we should stand by and let my husband die when he might be praying for help? I'm going to look. The cowards can stay here.
Looking agitated, Ava raised her gun. Judging by her expression, it would be useless for anyone to try and stop her. George, who realized that first, raised his head.
I'll go too. You will too, right, Badler-kun? The more people, the better.
Sure. Auntie Ava, we're coming even if you tell us not to. I'm coming too. I'll be damned if I'm gonna be the only one hiding when it's safe.
Jessica, you must not go outside. You're to stay here with me. Do you understand?
She was essentially implying that those three had already been killed anyway, so it was pointless to go outside. Natsuhi also realized that she had made a deep gouge in Ava's heart, but she said those words strongly as Jessica's mother.
You're right. That would probably be best. Nisun, you and your family keep watch over the guest house. This is my family and Battler-kun's family's problem, and I wonder if Dr. Nanja would come too, just in case of the worst.
Who has guns and when? All of the adults have guns right now, Daniel. Except for the ones who are dead, obviously. I mean, the guns will be with them unless they're taken, but all of the adults grabbed guns after the first twilight.
In the hull of the mansion, Battler, Ava, George, and Nanjo found the bodies of Rudolph, Kyrie, and Hideyoshi.
Why does it keep switching to the which side page? Okay, so let's see. Hideyoshi died in the mansion's hall with his chest having been pierced by a weapon shaped like a stake. Careless. Who knew she was still alive? Ushirimiya Rudolph died in the mansion's hall with his forehead having been pierced by a weapon shaped like a stake. From now on, they have to be finished off with stakes, apparently. Vulgar. And Kyrie died in the mansion's hall with her stomach having been pierced by a weapon shaped like a stake. The stomach isn't a very lethal shot. Wouldn't it have been okay to kill her by a safer method and just stick a stake in the corpse? Hey guys, I don't want to lean too hard on giving you hints, but I don't know.
The fourth twilight through the sixth twilight? Then the corpses were pierced through the forehead, chest, and stomach with those demon stakes?
Yes. Into Rudolph's forehead, into Hideyoshi's chest, and into Kyrie's stomach, one demon stake buried into each. The clothing on all three was disordered, and because of this, it is thought that they had been fighting or running away. Since the three bodies were not found right next to each other, it is hypothesized that after coming into contact with the culprit, they attempted some form of resistance.
With stakes in the forehead, chest, and stomach. Horrible, just like usual.
Thank you. Want anything? Oh, a drink, please. I would say a Coke, but we have those mini Cokes. Can you just grab 2 of those, I guess? Thank you.
Dinner.
Even though Ronove knew it would be superfluous, he thought that maybe he should tell Battler. In actuality, the witch had killed them in a much more horrible way. Beato had advised the witch to restrain herself, which is why the corpses had been left so undamaged. The new and brutal witch, thinking that all she needed to do was get the gouge with a stake part right, might even have stuck a stake into a lump of meat that wasn't shaped like a human. Rosa's and Maria's corpses would probably have been especially striking. If they had been killed as the Golden Witch had wished, just how gruesome would the exposed corpses have been? Thank you. I am going to reach a point here in a second, and then I am going to pause for a minute to eat a little bit because I don't want to be eating into the mic the whole time. Beato had changed that into a kind of killing that Battler would have called still better. Wanting to have Beato's small bit of thoughtfulness appreciated, he thought of telling Battler about that. But for Battler, that might do more harm than good. To humans, the gap between being alive and being dead is very large. To ask for Beato's feelings to be accommodated on the grounds that he had changed it to a better way of dying might have made it possible for a demon to pardon her, but there was no way it would work the same way for a human. Understanding this, Ronove remained silent, even though he knew of Beato's modest effort.
Just like usual. Let's start by checking whether the corpses are dead. Ronove, please declare it in red. Hey, can't you hear me? Please declare it in red. This is a repetition request. Rudolph, Kyrie, and Hideyoshi are dead. My apologies. Allow me to decline for repeating that. What? That's so sudden. What are you planning?
By now, proclaiming the death of the victims in red was almost a given in this battle. Refusing to do that was almost like losing by default. So when Runaway declined as his first move, Battler was dumbfounded.
My apologies. I hereby humbly relinquish my right to be Milady's agent. Accordingly, I cannot repeat that in red. The only one qualified to repeat that is Milady.
It is a valid point. Runaway is but an agent for Beato's side. If Runaway steps down from the position of agent, and Battler-kun will not accept Beato as an opponent, a new agent must be created.
There is no new agent. Please, Battler-sama, please accept Milady as your game partner once more. Sorry, but that's not happening. I definitely won't accept that unpleasant, ruthless bitch as my opponent. Refusing to accept that is the reason I won't abandon this game. Regarding your point about Milady being unpleasant, I apologize in her stead. I shall obtain Milady's pledge that she will not take unpleasant actions again.
Yeah, right. Battler-kun, I also apologize as that child's master. I will give her a thorough talking to, so would you please forgive her just this once?
Hey, quit that. You're making it sound like I'm the bad guy. And no matter how much you guys apologize, it won't reach my ears. If Beato can say that from her own mouth, well, it's not like I'm not gonna listen to her.
All right. If that's the only condition under which you will accept that child again, let us have her apologize. Runaway, call for that child. Is that all right, Battler-kun?
Do whatever you want, but don't expect me to forgive her. Go on, call for that irritating witch. You have my thanks, Battler-sama. I will call her now. Milady, Battler-sama is calling for you.
After a few heartbeats, gold butterflies gathered together in midair and created Beato's form. It was much more docile than the way she had appeared before now.
Did you call, Runaway? I believe you heard. Is there anything you have to say from your own mouth?
It looked as though Beato shrunk slightly under Battler's cold gaze. Several times, Beato made an effort to get the words out of her mouth, but that didn't work so well. And she was just as awkward as someone trying to light a match during a freezing winter with frozen hands. Even as she did that, the game board was proceeding. In the hall, they had just found the bodies of the new victims and had broken down crying. And that, actually, is exactly where I wanted to break for a moment to eat. I will be back in a few minutes. Thank you, everyone. Please imagine Battler silent crying for a moment.
You're in tune to the decipher sounds and we lock down in the media. It's all about high-level music for the Y2K vibe. Shout out to the UK talent. Just keep pressing on and moving forward. Cause UK talent is nearly at its peak, yeah? Don't give up now, it's not long. It's just a matter of time.
Guys, I'm back. And I need you all to know that in the living room right now, everybody in the living room right now is high and arguing over how to pronounce the word smorgasbord. So that's where we're at right now. Anyway, on that delightful note, let's get back to Battler crying. Let me get back into my mode. Hold on, I got an extra drink just for this because I need
it. Dad, Curious-san.
Honey, honey.
Mother, stay strong. You're not the only one who's crushed and sad. They probably died instantly. Even if we had arrived immediately after they fell, I'm sure that it would have been too late.
No, it wouldn't. He would definitely have been alive. His chest was stabbed with this thing. My husband must have died in extreme pain. If we had come faster,
He would have been saved. I just know it. I just know it. Butlerkin, I know it's horrible, but you have to stay strong. I'm fine. I really am, Aniki. We cry just a little bit longer. Compared to you people, this is nothing. I should be the least sad. So if you let me cry just a little longer, I'll be fine.
That isn't true. I can understand how much it must be hurting your heart to have lost both parents. I still have my mother. I've got it much better than you, Butlerkin.
No, you haven't. You have it the worst, George Aniki. I understand, Aniki. Out of all of us, you're the most devastated and the most in pain. I know that. So I can't keep on sniveling like this.
Why do you say that?
To me, Dad and Kiryu-san were people I'd eventually part with when I became an independent adult. Since their parents, it's fated that they die before their children. It's just that it happened a little early. But it's not like that for you, Aniki. You didn't just lose a parent you part with eventually. You also lost someone you should have lived your whole life with. You lost Shannon-chan as well. It's not like humans' lives have different weights. Whether it's a baby or an old person, they're all just as precious. But still, the longer the life they had in front of them, the longer the future you'd have built together, the sadder their death is. Aniki, you were engaged to Shannon-chan, weren't you? You promised that you'd build a life and a home together in the future, didn't you? Compared to how huge that future was, compared to how huge that happiness was, my pain doesn't even come close. No one would blame you for crying so much more. And yet, just because you're like a big brother to us cousins, you force yourself to act like everything's okay.
Stop it, Butlerkin.
George was trying to make a calm smile, but he couldn't any longer. Stop a single hot tear from leaving a streak down his face.
How could I possibly not be sad? I think of Shannon and all the futures we imagined together. We talked of so many dreams. 100 years of our human lives would never have been enough to make them all come true. Of all those dreams, not even the very first one. Having her move into my family register. I couldn't even have that. So how could I possibly not be sad? Compared to that, like I said, I have no right to cry anymore. When even you're holding back, Aniki. What right do I have to shed any more tears? We're the same. Both of us feel the exact same sadness from losing the ones we love. So there's nothing saying that you don't have the right to cry compared to me. And there's nothing saying I have to hold back my tears any longer either. Aniki. Aniki. Shannon and I always talked about our futures together. Now she's dead. And my dad, he's dead too. It hurts. It really hurts.
As Battler and George tightly hugged each other, they cried a waterfall of tears over each other's shoulders for those people important to them. Listen. We may hate George around here, but it still sucks that Shannon is dead. It sucks for different reasons than his reasons.
Do you understand why I said that George Aniki is in the most pain?
I was listening, so I understand. The sadness is proportional to the length of time that would have been spent together in their lives after that.
Of course, you can't calculate it just like that, though. We humans aren't like you witches. We have a finite time we're alive to the moment we die, and we live it with our utmost strength. I can't forgive anyone who makes light of that. Never mind someone who sneers at it and toys with it. A person like you, whose very concept of death is all screwed up, probably can't understand that. It isn't just the length of time we lived afterwards. Sneering at the lives of people living with all of their strength. That's what I can't forgive the most. George Aniki has gone through his life hell-bent on doing his best. He must have shown up today with heroic determination in order that he could marry Shannon-chan. It's completely different from me, a guy who was just feeling happy to be able to meet his cousins again for the first time in ages.
But still. Beato, for now, stay silent. And listen.
In a way, I do understand where you're coming from. You say that you need to continue murdering according to that weird epitaph for your own resurrection. So if I keep the circumstances of your position in mind, I can just barely understand your murders. Because for you, that is a necessary action. In that case, all further unnecessary actions are your own meaningless, cruel hobby. In other words, if killing 6 people for the first Twilight is a necessary action for you, all that show of crushing their faces and splitting their stomachs and stuffing them full of sweets is your own completely unnecessary preference for cruelty. I absolutely cannot forgive this aspect of you. When Auntie Rosa was repeatedly killed in horrible ways, you said, she'll be brought back to life in the end, so it doesn't matter how she kills her. Or something like that, I hear. Virgilia told me.
That was... well,
That idea that you can kill them as many times as you want, as long as you bring them back to life in the end, is a completely unnecessary action of toying with a life, isn't it? If you're gonna kill them, get it over with. Don't toy with them. If you aren't going to kill them, then don't tease them. You're taking advantage of the fact that you can do as you will with people's lives, and you've forgotten the sanctity of life. So, I can't accept you. I definitely can't accept as my opponent a person who doesn't know the weight of a life, and the sadness when that life is lost.
That is why the endless magic is known as a black art. An endless witch has no concept of the finite. They have no concept of the finite, of the end that is implied by breaking and killing. For that reason, endless witches sometimes treat the gap between life and death as if it was a Chinese jump rope, and start jumping back and forth over it. That is a very, very frightening thing. That is why, as an endless witch, and out of my own desire, I never reached your level. Virgilia had told Beato that countless times before, but Beato had been too young to obediently listen to those words. She had been too wild. She had been possessed by that detestable pleasure. I had always been told not to break vases, but that's what made me want to break them someday. Then, when I gained the endless magic, and I learned that I could fix it back to normal no matter how much I broke it, I was surprised at how fun it was to break a vase. That is called the forbidden honey. People are not captivated by what's inside. They are captivated by the lock that seals it. It truly is deplorable.
I want to ask you, Virgilia, why does this thing called the endless magic exist? For what purpose does it exist in this world?
It is not limited to endless magic. All magic exists to bring happiness to the human world. After everything that has happened, it may be difficult for you to believe, Battler-kun, but we witches train in order to bring blessings to the human world. To become a bridge between humans and those who are not human.
How the hell does reviving the dead and torturing them to death over and over again help the human world?
When a vase that is an important memento is broken, if by fixing it everyone will regain their smiles, I would repair it with magic as many times as necessary. However, I would not be fixing it in order to break it again. I would be reviving it to give humans happiness.
In that case,
Sorry, I had to take a drink.
Beato, you fail as an endless witch. There's something that's just come to me. Why do I keep going on with this strange game against you? Maybe this isn't a game to make me submit. Couldn't it be a test for you to be accepted as an endless witch in its true meaning?
I don't know about that. The reason I proposed this game to you was, simply as a way to kill time. There was no one's ulterior motive.
Just now, I heard the definition of a witch from Virgilia. By that definition, you, Beato, are not even a witch. You'd be an apprentice who's in the middle of her training and who misunderstands her own power. This was supposedly a fight between a witch and a human. In that case, someone like you, who isn't a witch, is not qualified to be my opponent. Understand?
I am still only an apprentice, you say. Then when will I be accepted as your opponent once again? When can we resume this game?
Who knows? At the very least, it isn't now. When you fully understand what I've said and become a real witch, I will probably accept you as my opponent in this game once more.
I can't understand if you say it so abstractly like that. Clearly tell me what I should do to earn your forgiveness.
No, I've said it enough. You think about the rest. I've said everything I want to say. If you can't understand it, try talking with Virgilia and Ronove. A brat like you should start off by listening to what the adults say. Virgilia, I will suspend the game for now. Now that Ronove has stepped down as representative, all we can do is wait for Beato to gain the qualifications of a proper opponent.
Understood. Until Beato has been accepted as having gained those qualifications, the game will proceed without an opponent. Is that alright with you too, Beato? I have no objections. I want time, and a place where I can think at a leisurely pace. May I take my leave now?
Yeah, sure.
Well then, see you later.
Wait. Don't make that dejected face.
Sorry about that. Letting everything inside my heart show up on my face is part of my personality. I cannot deceive.
In that case, there's hope for you yet. Let me promise you one thing. In this game with you, I might win and I might lose. It's also possible that it'll be a victory by default for me if you don't come back.
At that point, Battler stops talking for a second. Then, he spoke forcefully.
However, I definitely won't be the one to step down. I definitely won't give you a victory by default. I will keep on waiting here, for you to sit there again as my worthy opponent. Battler-sama.
Thank you, Battler. I will definitely come back and be accepted by you.
Beato showed him a very slightly hopeful smile and disappeared. Looking at that expression, Battler strongly believed that her face could tell no lies. The 7 survivors returned to the guest house once again. By now, it was clear that those who went outside would not be able to return alive. Rudolph's group had gone out holding 2 guns and 1 master key. But those had been lost. It was more than clear by now that they had been stolen by the culprit. Since the windows were closed with the shutters, they wouldn't open even if the culprit had the master key. They sealed the front door and all other doors to the outside with chains, and further blocked them with sofas and tables. Even if the culprit decided to break in through violent means, it wouldn't be easy for them. Oh, there is so much more to say. No. Our Habaki Gaming, we are not finishing episode 3 today. We are not doing that. I basically took stock of how much we had left at the beginning of this stream, and then split it in half. We are working toward the halfway point. Anansi Archives, he doesn't really have a choice. Like, he's just trapped there. It's just purgatory. He's on a different plane and he's being made to compete.
At this point, the typhoon may actually be fortunate. If it were clear outside, it might have been possible for them to set fire to the guest house.
If there wasn't a typhoon in the first place, the boat would have arrived before noon. I'm not sure you can call that a cloud's silver lining. Ava-san, how are you feeling physically? Please try to take it easy. Thank you. I still have a temperature, but now isn't the time to be saying things like that. Now's not the time to be stuck in bed for the children's sake as well.
After crying so much in front of Hideyoshi's body, Ava had now gained a strong self-awareness that she was a mother, and her expression conveyed a strong will. Actually, her fever still hadn't gone down, and she was aware of that. Whenever she wasn't galvanizing herself, she felt the fever starting to make her mind hazy again. By this point, the first floor was the final line of defense made by Kraus, Natsuki, and Ava, the children and the guest, Nanjo, who had been strongly warned not to carelessly come downstairs. If the culprit used a ladder or something, it probably wouldn't be impossible for them to attack from upstairs. But it wouldn't be easy for them to break those sturdy shutters from such an unstable position. It was comparatively safer upstairs compared to downstairs. Battler and George had hoped to remain downstairs as well, to fight in the worst-case scenario, but Ava had rejected that. In her mind, George was now her only family. It seemed that she didn't want to expose him to the danger of coming downstairs to the first floor. Kraus and Natsuki could understand that feeling. A great deal of time had now passed since they once again barricaded themselves in. In the cousins' room upstairs, Battler, George, and Jessica were sitting dazed, their ears not even registering the TV that had been left on. For a while, Nanjo had been with them, and had tried to send them words to cheer them up. But when he realized that he might actually be having the opposite effect, he disappeared into his own upstairs room. George kept looking dazedly at the photographs inserted in his notebook. They were from that time that he had taken a vacation to Okinawa with Shannon. Shannon's happy smile was contained in those photographs. I feel like we haven't heard from Jessica at all this whole time. We've heard Jessica here and there, but not a whole lot of her. She got a lot of her focus last episode, and she's gonna get more focus in other episodes. But this one, she kind of takes a back seat. I once again must emphasize, please, to the chat not to spoil anything from later on in the series. George could remember the temperature and the humidity, the warmth and strength of the wind, and even what he had been talking about with her at the time those photos had been taken, as clearly as though it had been yesterday. So to George, they weren't simply photos, but a door to bring back warm memories. In this room, even though the sound of the typhoon and the TV should have entered George's hearing, it was the scenery of Okinawa he had seen with her, and her laughing voice that reached his eyes and ears. After meeting Shannon, George had made the decision to be reborn. He had sworn to separate himself from the timid person he had once been, easily caught up in the atmosphere, unable to refuse a request, and easily used by those around him. He had resolved himself to be a strong man who would make her life even more joyous. So, if he hadn't met Shannon, the man called Ushirimiya George would probably have lived a very different life. And the George of that different life surely wouldn't have been as excellent as a man as he now was. The way he was now, he was for the sake of Shannon. But if that same Shannon was now gone, he found himself wondering why he exists. Isn't it completely meaningless? A deep, deep sadness, as though he himself had become empty. That feeling had tormented him the whole time. However, until Battler had told him, he hadn't been aware of the feeling himself. He finally remembered that he should have cried much, much more. So he had cried. Just like Battler, he had cried himself dry. By now, his eyes were bright red and swollen, and he could not cry anymore. So George did his best to change his way of thinking. He decided to think that he was not meaningless, that he should be grateful to Shannon for giving him such a character. Dead lives are not revived. He would have to get over being separated from his beloved. If he were to come after Shannon by killing himself, she would surely be deeply dejected. It would be the same the other way around, too. If he died, and Shannon chased after him, throwing away her own life, he wouldn't be able to forgive himself. So he chose to surpass his emotions of sadness and anger, and decided to thank her. Meeting Shannon had made his days rich and full, and had taught them the meaning of working hard for other people's sakes. As a result, she shaped him into the person he wanted to be. He thought that he should thank her for that. By doing that, he tried to quell his sadness, but each time he did, he remembered Shannon's smile. He knew it, logically. He understood that grieving any more than this would only make her grieve in heaven, yet he couldn't stop his sadness. If I have to listen to George, I'm glad Farr is playing at least. So true, Kitty.
Goodness.
My throat. We're watching their PowerPoint AMV. If Shannon was making this, if it was Shannon's slideshow, she'd be playing like MCR or something instead.
Why does people dying make us this sad?
Battler, what do you mean by that?
Battler muttered. It was as though he was speaking on behalf of all humans. He probably hadn't been asking anyone, but Jessica answered. Partings are always sad, no matter what they're like. But when, for example, the person's old or there's some time it's going to happen, when it's expected in advance and you know it's a farewell, it must come sooner or later, you can spend a long time softening the blow of that sadness. Sudden misfortune's probably sad, because you aren't even allowed that. I see. Yeah. Sure, if they get sick or something and end up bedridden in a hospital for several years, you might be able to ready yourself for it bit by bit. But when it happens suddenly someday, you don't have that much time. The sadness which you should normally have spent several years softening closes in on you all at once. No wonder it's tough. Sometimes it might even cause a sadness great enough to leave a scar for life. Enough to leave a scar for life, you say? It's like grandfather's occult hobby. That was what they whispered about it. That maybe Beatrice was his lover who died a long time ago and he was so sad he couldn't pull himself together. And that's why he started sacrificing the rest of his life to research the occult in order to revive the dead. That's what they said. In that case, grandfather succeeded in that miracle in his last moments. The culprit would be the revived Beatrice, with grandfather being reunited with her the moment he was killed. Pretty ironic that he revived her only then to get killed by her. Even so, grandfather was probably able to meet her. He gambled half of his life, and even though it was only for a short moment, he probably reunited with the woman he wished to see once again. Except he got totally roasted. Probably wanted a bit more than that out of half a life's research. I wouldn't say that, even if it was only for an instant. Grandfather must have been happy to be reunited with the woman he loved, even if his sin of defying life's providence was punished by God, and his body was burnt and sent down to hell, and even if the reunion he got in return only lasted a very short time. George Nissan. I wouldn't care if I met with the wrath of God and had my body burnt, even if it was just for a short amount of time. If I could revive Shannon again, I would sacrifice the rest of my life to the same research as grandfather. 5 minutes would be enough. I just want to talk with Shannon again. Even 1 minute would be fine. In exchange, I wouldn't mind sacrificing the rest of my life. Aniki.
When Battler and Jessica realized that their pointless discussion was hurting George, they had no choice but to shut their mouths. George directed his thoughts at Kinzo's life. I saw him sacrifice half of his life to research that no one could understand, and on the last day of his life, he revived the person he loved most, and probably succeeded in his reunion in his final moments. I don't know how much time they were able to spend together. I don't know whether they were given an hour or just maybe 5 minutes. However, in that moment, all of that time he had sacrificed for his research must have been rewarded. Even though he spent decades to gain it, that small amount of time must have been enough to reward him.
Until today, I never believed in the occult or magic or anything. Somewhere in my heart, I even made fun of grandfather's research as nothing more than an indulgence. However, I won't make fun of it anymore. No, to the contrary, I strongly believe that it does exist. If that power of belief can become miracles, I'll probably throw away all of my studies up until today, and spend the rest of my life from today onwards studying magic. Give me the power of magic, and a miracle which lets me meet Shannon again. Sorry, you two. I must be going mad. If you could revive the dead with magic, people would probably be studying it everywhere around the world. But things like that don't exist in reality. No one studies it. That's because they know that the dead can't be brought back with magic. Sorry for saying such weird things. It's my fault that the atmosphere here has gotten so strange. Sorry for making you worry about me, even though this is hard on everybody. Even though I did it to divert myself from sadness, maybe I did say something strange.
To be fair, I'm not that I ever really want to be fair to George, of course, but like, he doesn't know all that shit that Kinzo did. Nobody knows all that shit that Kinzo did. That we know of.
If I keep talking about something so weird, I'm sure it won't heal their sadness. But even so, that doesn't mean I can withstand this silence. I'll go downstairs and get another cup of coffee. My mother is very particular about how to make a cup of coffee. Does anyone want a refill?
GenePop45 with the $5. George experiences what grief can do to someone. Oh my god, I'm feeling a human emotion for the first time. I'm actually thinking about other people.
Battler-kun and Jessica-chan lightly shook their heads. Without being any more persistent than that, I took my mug and left the room. I did visit Dr. Nanja's room to ask whether he wanted any more coffee as well. But he too said that he didn't want any more. It seemed as though my mother's orthodox method of making coffee wasn't universally appreciated. One time I had Shannon drink some that I brewed by that method, but she told me that while it was delicious, it was a little strong. If I remember her words. Shannon.
Shadowmate, did you play Zero Escape? I have not played Zero Escape, but I just recently came to be in the possession of it. I own it now, so maybe I will sometime in the near future. We'll see. I'm always really busy, but we'll see.
It's no good. Even though I left the room to change my mood. That image of Shannon's face that's filling my head hasn't faded in the slightest. The fun days I shared with her were becoming more and more vivid, and I felt saddened that I was not even allowed to see her dead face.
I own the newer version, Madam, this is Wendy's. Although, I do believe that my friend, I do believe that my roommate actually owns the DS version, so I might be able to play that too if I want.
According to our parents, it seems as though she was killed with something like a gun or a spear. I'm sure they were just trying to console me, but they had said that her face in death had been very beautiful and peaceful. I wonder if she's wearing the engagement ring I gave her last night. If she accepted my engagement, she should still have it on the ring finger of her left hand. Last night, our heads were both full of each other, and we weren't composed at all. Shannon had accepted the engagement semi-boldly, but she might have regretted that as a rash action once she cooled her head. She might have taken the ring off. I wonder if she has the ring on now. I at least want to be sure of that much. I want to know her final feelings. However, even if I do check that, it's not as if she'll be revived. I wonder what will happen to her body. After the autopsy, we'll probably be immediately cremated. Then I'll never be able to see her face, even her dead face, for all of eternity. Because of the shock of losing Shannon. Am I going a little crazy? I don't want Shannon's body to be burned. If she's burned, she'll turn to ash, and never again will it be possible for her to revive. They say that cremation is disliked in Western tradition, because on the day of resurrection, there would be no body to revive. Because of that, it seems that great criminals in Western history were often cremated after execution as a punishment, and their ashes were sometimes scattered in rivers and such. In other words, to Western people, death is nothing more than a sleep until the resurrection. It is essential that the corpse is left after death. In other words, that's because Western people knew of the existence of a miracle to revive the dead. But that miracle didn't exist in Japan, so we burned them. Now I understand. I understand why Grandfather idolized the Western occult. From the beginning, it had all been for that one reason. Just to revive the person dear to him. Grandfather spent the rest of his remaining life researching the Western occult. The situation surrounding us right now was abnormal. Grandfather had revived his beloved Beatrice. And that Beatrice carried out a terrible serial murder, with chains of locked rooms that were impossible without the use of magic. The Golden Witch Beatrice, the incarnation of the miracle of the Western occult, and also the culprit who killed Shannon. I should hate that being, and yet for some reason, I want to cling to the hope she represents. I wonder if she could use that miraculous magic that Grandfather spent his life espousing to revive Shannon. According to the Ushirimiya family legend, Grandfather met with her a long time ago, and she was given a vast quantity of gold. Then, if I also met her, instead of gold, would she give me Shannon's life? In return, she could impose any kind of devil's contract. For that, I would sacrifice all of my remaining life.
George probably couldn't have believed or noticed that right behind him, the witch herself stood, listening to his voiceless wish. Beatrice had been listening to everything George and the others had to say, since their discussion just now in the cousins' room. Battler had told her that she didn't know the weight of a human life, and wanting to understand that in her own way, she had stealthily visited and listened to their discussion. You say that that is your wish. If I could grant that, would I be accepted as a witch? Beato looked at the palm of both of her hands. She had handed over most of her previously surging magic power when the new witch had succeeded the name of Endless Witch. Of course, even now her magic power still made her worthy of being called a witch, but it did not even compare to her previous strength.
Even without the endless magic, I am a great witch whose name has thundered throughout 1,000 years. Reviving the dead is no trouble at all.
Will you stream Zero Escape or will you play in your own time? I can't really answer that right now, to be honest. I don't really know. Like, my stream schedule is always very hectic. Yeah, I mean, like, it would be fun. I would consider it, but I can't promise anything. Inside her head, she thought about several magical methods for reviving the dead. Even magic that she could do easily in the past would be difficult with her current magic power. She thought of something, then she clicked her tongue and repeated this several times. In the end, she finally thought of a single spell. But that was a spell that she couldn't use by herself. It was a spell that witches with weak power used, that relied on the aid of others. In the past, Beato had looked down upon that type of magic. Therefore, she frantically tried to think that if there wasn't any other possible spell, but in the end, she couldn't think of one, and slumped over in self-derision. And then, careful not to surprise him, she softly called out, softly to George's heart.
Ushirimiya George, can you hear my voice?
I can hear. Who are you? Are you really the witch Beatrice? Or else, are you an illusion created by my sadness? If it's the former, I want you to hear my wish, and if it's the latter, just leave me alone.
Conversations in the world of the mind are a lot like those of in a dream. When you dream, haven't you ever had the experience of casually accepting something that would have been absurd in the real world? The conversation in this world was like that. So even though a witch appeared and started talking to George, he was not surprised.
I am the Golden Witch, Beatrice. Normally, you and I would not be able to talk together like this. However, you are strongly conscious of me and wish to have a discussion. So both of our channels are able to match like this.
The person who killed Shannon. I don't care if it was you, or someone else taking on your name. As long as you exist as a real witch, I would pay any compensation. If you desire my life, you can take it right now. Please,
I want you to bring Shannon back to life. If that's impossible, then at least I would like just to be allowed to talk to her for a short while. Please.
I require no compensation. I shall grant that wish.
Really? You'll really bring Shannon?
However, my current magic power is not sufficient to use resurrection magic. Therefore, I must rely on your help.
If there's something I can do, I'll do anything. Even if that means taking my heart out right here and now, I will not hesitate.
I'm telling you that I don't require something like that. I may cast the spell. Then a gap would open in the door to Hades. But as I am now, I do not have the power to bring Shannon's soul up through that gap. However, if it were you, who has strong feelings for Shannon, you should be able to change those feelings into magic and bring her soul out without fail. What do you say? Will you help me?
Of course I will. If Shannon's life will be revived, I am not afraid to lose everything.
George's fist shook in silence. Then, he slowly regained consciousness. He had been absent-mindedly standing near the window in the hall the whole time, his mug still in his hand. And the witch from his dream was still there.
What the? It isn't a dream.
Be quiet. I am very fragile now. If any more humans appear now, I will not be able to preserve this form. I shall grant your wish, so stay silent for now. Is that all right? George covered his mouth with both hands, forcefully nodding several times. As he did, he almost dropped the mug he was holding. George frantically juggled it around and caught it. He was afraid that it fell to the floor and made a loud sound. The witch's form might disappear like a bubble popping. He softly set the mug on the floor and stared once again at the witch in front of him. Her form didn't disappear. It wasn't a dream. Come, let us go to the parlor where Shannon sleeps. With the power of your feelings, we will bring back her soul.
You say go, but how? My mother and the others are downstairs. There's no way they'd let me go outside. And didn't you just say that you wouldn't be able to preserve your own form if another human appeared?
Come to think of it, that is true. So Kraus and the rest are downstairs. In that case, we definitely cannot go down. Well then, we just need to go to the mansion without going downstairs, right? It's simple.
Beato laughed, as though she had thought of a pleasant prank. And with her golden pipe, she lightly tapped a window with its shutter closed. When she did, 3 gold butterflies appeared from the pipe and opened the lock on the window as though melting it. Then, the window opened without a sound. The shutter beyond it was exactly the same. The clasp unset itself, also without making a sound, and it quietly opened. Archiver of Worlds, defenestrate yourself! No, wait, no, I was kidding! No, literally. The window opened, exposing the wind and rain outside the mansion. Perhaps because of the direction, or something related to the construction of the building, the wind did not blow inside. Because of that, for a while, George felt as though this entrance opening to the outside was a dream or illusion, and he couldn't accept it as real.
Come, let us go. Come with me.
Beato gently floated upwards. It was a natural action, like that of a diver enjoying an underwater stroll. It made it easy to believe that if you acted like she did, you too might be able to float in the sky just as though you were swimming in the water. No, George did believe that. So without thinking, just as she had done, he also, gently, as though swimming in the water, he moved his feet.
Oh, not bad. So you learned how to dance through the sky faster than I could explain it.
George was shocked to find himself floating in midair like he was swimming. Of course, Beato was also shocked that George, who should have been unacquainted with magic, had learned how to do that just by instinct.
To be able to fly in the air, swim in the air.
You must not think of the logic. Accept it as a natural thing. You must not think back upon the human doctrines, such as those from Newton and Einstein, especially when flying high in the sky. Inexperienced witches sometimes fall.
I accept it as true. I accept it as true.
George repeated those words over and over. He must not deny magic, no matter what.
To deny that would be the same as to throw away what might be his first and last chance to revive Shannon. However, compared to Beato, who was elegantly drifting like smoke, George's movements were clearly similar to someone underwater. Therefore, if he didn't make a movement like kicking his feet in water every once in a while, he would be slowly dragged down by the force of gravity.
I shall praise this being a better performance than the first time I danced in the sky. Here we go. Come with me.
Beato beckoned to George and gently flew into the stormy sky. It was like a scene from a fairy tale. The scene unfolding before George's eyes felt entirely like an extension of his dream.
Being able to fly is incredible. But so is the wind and rain.
What's this? Are the wind and rain tormenting you? I could teach you magic to block against that. But it may be too early for you, and it may be a misuse of time right now.
Yes, the magic I need isn't that.
Without losing to the wind and rain, George wore a strong-willed gaze.
The mansion is coming into sight. Hold out just a little longer. If you fall now, you'll hit the bushes in the rose garden.
The undulating rose garden was spread beneath the witch and George's gazes. This fantasy-like scene could no longer surprise George. Only the gradually approaching mansion was reflected in his eyes.
Shannon, wait for me. I will definitely revive you.
Meanwhile, the cruel new witch could be seen staring at the guest house from a different location.
Now, all that's left is the 7th and 8th twilights. Just 2 more and my obligation to that predecessor hag is finished. I'll kill Kraus and Natsuhi. Together, like a happy couple. How are the targets, Nia? In the lobby on the first floor of the guest house. Both targets in Ushirimiya Eva acquired. Measuring anti-magic power. Data link to 410. 410 data received. Anti-magic power is extremely low. If Ava just goes outside, they're tuna and abalone on a chopping board.
What would you ask of us, great Lady Beatrice? If you give the order, we'll snipe right away. Please, your orders.
You guys really are convenient furniture. Very different from old secondhand furniture which only has enough talent to gouge corpses. Right. Chiester sisters, please show me your skill again. Prepare to attack. Carry the corpses out again, all right? 'Cause I'll play with them a lot. No complaints, okay, Ronove?
Yes, certainly.
At that time, the witch noticed something, as though some presence had disappeared. Was it her imagination?
Did you feel some kind of presence just now? Did any of you feel it?
My apologies. I didn't notice anything. Please forgive me.
We were in the middle of observing the guest house, so our peripheral surveillance was turned off. What about you, Lucifer-chan? Did you feel a presence?
For just an instant, Lucifer sent a glance to Ronove, questioning whether she should answer honestly or not. Ronove gave a small nod in response.
No. My apologies, Beatrice-sama. Nothing from us. Forgive us for this stupidity, as we are only second-hand furniture.
I see. If a great demon like you says that, then it must have been my imagination.
The witch stared persistently in the direction the presence had disappeared to. That was the direction of the rose garden, and beyond that she could see the mansion's dark silhouette created by lightning. It took her quite some time before she pushed her unsatisfied feelings aside, and once again turned to face the guest house. We are almost to where I want to stop, but not quite there yet. The guest house lobby had been engulfed by silence. The strings of tension which bound Kraus, Natsuhi, and Ava had already loosened. They were completely tired, and their consciousness was beginning to waver. Every once in a while, they would stand up and walk around pointlessly, fighting their drowsiness.
Are you alright, Ava-san?
Please, do take it easy and rest.
I told you I'm fine. The three of us now are the only adults. There's no time to rest. I'll guard this place even if I have to go through hell and high water.
She spoke a brave line, but she couldn't hide her rough breathing. It seemed that the fever, which had been calmed with medicine for a time, had returned. It was very obvious that Ava's condition was not good.
Don't push yourself. At least close your eyes. If we have to wake you, we definitely will.
I'm telling you that I'm fine. Leave me alone.
It seemed that she had now become stubborn. Kraus and Natsuhi realized that no matter what else they had said to her, in her current state it wouldn't reach her ears. So they decided to say nothing more and to let her be. To Ava right now, even an argument like that was putting a burden on her. It would probably be better for her if she just sat there with her mouth closed. As a matter of fact, Ava was already on the point of succumbing to her drowsiness. She might have talked back with a temper because she was trying to encourage herself and throw off her sleepiness. The clock would very soon be pointing to 6 in the afternoon. Because she had been snacking over and over again to fool her drowsiness, she didn't feel hungry, but instead her lack of sleep made it feel like it was 6 in the morning rather than the afternoon. Even supposing that the boat would come at precisely 9 in the morning tomorrow, there was still more than 12 full hours to go. That was a dizzyingly long stretch of time. Long, painful, hot. Even the sound of the clock torments my body now. In times like this, he would have put his hand on my forehead, and the fever would always fade at once. But he isn't here anymore. As Ava's mind grew foggy, she once again was gripped by a deep sadness. She had already cried herself dry. Even so, the sadness from losing her beloved husband had not been exhausted. I was wrong.
Why?
Originally, the new witch had been the same being as Ava. If Ava talked to her, she would always respond.
If I could only gain the position of family head, that was always enough. But as soon as I saw that mountain of gold, my greed grew. I was struck with a desire to have that mountain of gold all to myself.
That's nothing to be embarrassed about. After all, it's your natural right as the Ushiramiya family head. How could you give up even a bit of it to anyone else?
I was gripped by that temptation, which is why you were born. While you are at the heart of my young self, at the same time you're also my self-centered evil heart. It's my foolish greed which sprouted thanks to that mountain of gold that allowed you to break out of the shell of my heart and be born into this world.
Shadowmate, is your Discord server only for Patreon members? Yes, currently, yes. Because it had some pretty nasty spam when it was open. However, you don't have to remain a Patreon member to remain in the server. If you pay just the one time and get in, then you will still be in the server even if you cancel your membership afterward.
I'm to blame for giving birth to you.
In that case, when I killed Rosa and Maria, and then Rudolph, Kirie, and Hideyoshi, you were to blame for that, too.
Why did you kill my husband, too? Why?
I didn't want to kill Hideyoshi. He was just so annoying and persistent. And that's your fault. It's your fault for choosing a husband like that.
A child like you can't possibly understand how good he was.
Come on. Our dreams were made real with magic, right? We solved the riddle of the epitaph, and we found the gold and got the head's ring. All of our dreams finally came true, right? What more could you want?
Those weren't the only dreams I had. Living a wonderful life with that man, and entrusting George with an excellent life. I still have so many dreams that I need to fulfill as a wife, as a mother, and yet...
Those are just extra dreams you gained after becoming an adult. They aren't our dreams.
And that is why you're a child. It only matters that you get what you want. That's right. All of this is my fault. Back then, why did I resist doing what Rosa told me to?
Why couldn't I announce to all of the siblings that I had found the gold? It's because of the ugliness in my heart. My evil heart, which sprouted out of a desire to have the gold all to myself, caused you to hatch.
I don't see why I deserve that much hate. Even though the both of us together make up a Shirimiya Eva.
No, that isn't true anymore. And it was you who said it. I am Ushirimiya Eva, and you are the Golden Witch Beatrice. So just disappear already! Witches are a delusion, a fantasy that can only exist in fairy tales. Just disappear! Don't ever show yourself to me again!
Oh, so that's how it is. All right, I'll disappear from your sight. And I am no longer Shirimiya Eva. From now on, I'm the Golden Witch Beatrice. So now I will play however I want. I'm done caring about you. Why don't you just give up and die forever?
After having a fittingly childlike tantrum, the witch who had once been another Ava vanished. Only Ava was left behind in the darkness, and she questioned herself.
Was it me? I killed them? Did I kill that person? Did I kill him?
Now that question was one she herself would never answer. It seemed that, half asleep, she had gotten some saliva caught in her windpipe just as she was dozing off. Ava suddenly started coughing.
Are you alright, Ava? Natsuki, some water, please.
Yes. I'm alright. Okay. I just choked a bit, that's all.
Ava pushed away Natsuhi's hand as she tried to rub her back and unsteadily rose to her feet.
I'm going to wash my face. Sorry I fell asleep. When I get back, I'll make some more coffee. Extra strong so that we won't get drowsy until tomorrow morning.
Please do. Your coffee fits my taste more than the one Goda makes.
I'm pleased to hear that, even if you're just flattering me. I'll be back soon.
Are you okay? Yes. I'm just acting. Don't worry about it. I'm fine. Ava exited the lobby, heading for the lavatory. Kraus and Natsuhi watched over her frail back.
So, you do sometimes care for Ava-san, even though you've always been so much at odds with her.
Properly speaking, isn't that what an older brother should do?
Yes, I believe it is.
Not just Ava. Rudolph and Rosa, too. The only ways in which I have acted like an older brother to them are to speak arrogantly and bully them. In my own way, I was frantic in my desire to be like my father, but I could never match up, and I always vented my feelings onto them. However, that's no excuse. I probably scarred Ava so deep that it is still not healed. I regret it. But even if I apologized after all this time, that would not heal those wounds.
If you hold on to that emotion and continue to hold on to it, I'm sure that feeling will come through to your siblings.
At this point, my only sibling left is Ava.
If only the family you and your siblings were born into had not been the Ushirimiya family. You might have had a more normal, a more fun sibling relationship.
You mustn't say that. Ava will probably continue to hate me for her whole life. And she has the right to. I intend to resign myself to that and accept it.
Dear.
Ava, I'm sorry. Of course, you don't have to forgive me.
Of course I won't. Bet late, don't you think? If you know that you're in the wrong, why don't you just give up and die right now and forever? Do it, Chiester sisters! $45. Firing permission received. Reconfirming firing curve. Correcting for weather. Data link to 410. 410 data received. Firing permission confirmed. Firing.
Together, the sisters released and readied the readied magic bowstring. A beautiful tail trailed the golden arrow, and it drew a beautiful curve as it flew. It was just like a golden snake. It skillfully avoided a grove of trees and flew towards the front door of the guest house. Then, it flew into the keyhole of the door and snuck into the guest house without any problem at all. The gold snake raced down the hall smoothly, yet as fast as an arrow. Right in front of it was the door to the lobby. It would only need to fly into that keyhole, and Kraus and Natsuhi would be right there. For an instant, Kraus thought he saw the door's keyhole sparkle gold. However, at the same time, he strained his eye to see what it was. That sparkle bent like a whip and attacked, wrapping itself around Kraus's neck. Just looking at it, the gold snake looked very supple. However, it was as though a wire had tightened around Kraus's neck. And while that snake choked Kraus, it extended even more and also tightened around Natsuhi's neck. Without even the chance to scream, their eyes bulged as they went into convulsions and then collapsed.
45, hit and kill confirmed. Forming tower curve, correcting adjustment points. Data link to 410. 410, data received. Initiating corpse towing. 2 on the line at once, yeah.
The gold snake began to drag Kraus and Natsuhi's corpses back. It slipped through the door to the corridor, dragged the corpses, gradually increasing in speed. And in the blink of an eye, it had pulled them outside the guest house. So the lobby was still, as though nothing had happened at all. As though Kraus and Natsuhi had never been there to begin with. Only the sound of the wind and the rain remained, as though feigning ignorance and pretending they had been the only ones there.
Sorry, I'm fine now. Now I'll go and make some coffee.
Nikki, I'm with that. Sometimes I think about Kraus's very small and tragically never explored redemption arc, that he has regrets about how abusive he was when he was younger. Yeah, it's a small moment, but I do actually really like it quite a bit. I mean, like, yes, Kraus is absolutely a super fucking huge asshole who does, like, a lot of horrible shit, but, like, it is still nice to see that, like, humanity exists in him, even though it is too little too late. It is very tragic.
Now I'll go make some coffee.
Ava returned from the lavatory, but no one was in the lobby. Even though they had been in that sofa until the very moment she had choked and gone to the lavatory, they had now gone, as if they had been an illusion from the very beginning.
How careless. Where did those two go off together?
Like she was pretending to be in a detective novel, Ava put her hand on the sofa. She felt a warmth indicating that they had been sitting there until a short while ago. Maybe they had gone to do the rounds or something. For the time being, Ava sat down and waited for their return. Yeah, absolutely, Mark Zero. You got it. Oh shit, it snuck up on me. Hey, guess what, guys? I'm so sorry. But this is the point that I wanted to get to before I ended the stream. But hey, look on the bright side. We only have one stream of episode 3 left, and it'll be next week. But for now, why don't we go ahead and have our typical discussion? So let's put up Curie Map Hat. And why don't you guys go ahead and tell me what you think is happening? Give me your theories and stuff.
Because, yeah.
And while you're doing that, let me go ahead and look to see if we have any new fan art for today as well. I don't know if we do, but I will look. None on Twitter. And... none on Tumblr. No new fan art today. But I will still give you guys a moment to talk before I go back and look. Ahem. Okay. No George content for the rest of the stream. Yeah, that's true. Okay, let's look at what some of you were saying. Makes me wonder if Rokenjima never happened if he actually would try to become a good person, but you never see it. Truly, Krause's fatal flaw is being constantly cursed by failure. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the tragedy of a lot of this, is that even people who could have improved didn't really get the chance to. Sad. Okay, so the survivors as they stand now are Battler, George, Ava, Jessica, and Nanjo. With some thoughts on Ava Beatrice during the break, let me pull up my copy pastas. Gotcha. People are very dead. New furniture makes me concerned that this might be a computer simulation, which I would find pretty disappointing. Hope that's not the case. I'm just gonna go ahead and preempt you on that one. No. The Chiester's whole computing thing is, it's just flavor text. There's nothing really super important about it. I was about to say that this episode's murders are really easy to explain, but then the last murders happened. Yeah, well, not a theory, but I am obsessed with the meta reactions people have to George. Myself and others forgot about the gap and just wanted Shannon to be happy and tried to give him the benefit of the doubt. No, yeah, I mean, like, when I first read this series, I was not really, like, I was a teenager when I first read this, and I wasn't really conscious of the age gap between George and Shannon at all. So, like, back then, I was just like, oh, yeah, they have, like, you know, the whole servant master thing is kind of weird, but, like, they seem kind of sweet. And then, you know... you know, when you reread it as an adult, it takes on a few more dimensions. Repetition request. I don't support Avatrice his wrongs. I'm not gonna say anything. I'm neither confirming nor denying that. I don't think that it is my place to use the red truth to condemn a character's actions or support a character's actions. I think it's interesting that they discussed how magic is at the mercy of human belief in the same episode that Battler's discussed really starts affecting Beatrice's perception of herself. That's an interesting thing to point out. Yeah, like, you know, if you don't even have belief in yourself, then, like, how, you know, I think each episode alternates the culprit from human to non-human. I think Ava is the actual culprit of episode 3. The rope snakes might be homing Tornet's Devil's Proof refused to explain it. I mean, okay, you know, that's fair enough. You got yourself a theory there. Plot twist must be you are the murderer. I don't know. In a way, we are falling for Shannon's mentality to accept mediocrity and take whatever potential escape that's good-shaped that's handed to them. Oh, that's a really interesting... We're the Petri dish with George. That is a really interesting way to think about it. I like that. That is very interesting. Because, yeah, like, a lot of Shannon and George's relationship to me kind of represents settling. You know what I mean? Like, not expressing yourself too much, not rocking the boat too much, just being like, hey, you know, this guy is probably good enough. Even though he doesn't really know anything about me or care anything about me that much. Okay, so let's look at Daniel's big thing here. Quote from me, I wonder if Ava Beatrice exists in the story as an almost Jekyll Hyde type cautionary tale that separating your qualities doesn't work right. Ava Beatrice is in some way the one simple part of a person that a person views in a one-dimensional way. She doesn't exist in the same way that all of the other characters seem to. Of course, this is analysis spurred only by what we've seen. I could be way off base. Seems like Ava Beatrice is an embodiment of the angriest, most vengeful thoughts Ava has had, something she'd never act on but now has its own sentience. Shut up and die forever is literally something that anyone might think when they're mad at somebody, and now that thought has actual agency. Terrifying. Yeah, that is an interesting way to think about it, especially because there has been so much discussion between Ava and Ava, quote-unquote, about, like, these being the impulses and desires of a child or her child self, and, like, I gave up those things when I became an adult. I gave up on this and that because, you know, I decided that I was going to have these other thoughts and feelings and dreams and stuff. And Ava Beato is kind of like this id that's like, you know, no, I'm not giving up on anything I want. Fuck everybody who tried to take everything from me. You can all just deal with it. Yeah. It's very interesting. Not sure if I can theorize until I know how Kraus and Natsuhi die as far as the culprit. That's fair. You will be learning about their deaths more when we begin the next stream. But for now, we can't know quite yet. So my theory, Gona saying, is that Hideyoshi shot Rudolph and Kyrie when he got too close to the bodies to insert the stakes. Kyrie, who was not dead yet, grabbed one and stabbed him, and then he succumbed to her? You had more, but I don't know if you posted it. Yeah, okay, yeah, wait. Did I skip one? Okay, no, I didn't skip one. Wounds. Ava is his accomplice, which is why she freaked out when he didn't come back. They are also responsible for Rosa and Maria's death, but I'm not sure about the servants and Kinzo. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know. It is certainly possible. Like, the thing that somebody pointed out earlier is that definitely Hideyoshi and Ava's alibis are very sketchy for a lot of these. Could we go over the death description again? I didn't really catch them. Which death description are you talking about in particular? I will get to it in a minute whenever I scroll down the chat. I think the culprit of the first two games did the first Twilight, but then they were killed by someone who took over the rest in the same way that Ava Beatrice did in a magical sense. That is a very interesting point to bring up, because obviously, you know, yeah, the murders that are being done now seem to be being done in a very slightly different way than how they were being done before. How do you feel about Beatrice telling Ava Beatrice to go easy on the killing and her finding out she was hurting Battler? I mean, it's a very interesting character moment for Beato. I like character development. I enjoy Beatrice. The first murder can be explained by Ava and Hideyoshi being the murderers. The reason Rosa did not shoot was because they took Maria hostage or something. Possibly. I was also thinking this feels more easily a case where the culprit could be many people without a plan, like that one in Agatha Christie. Well, there is a lot of Agatha Christie influence in Umineko, so, you know. Okay, here's my theory. Kinzo has been dead at the beginning of each game. Think about it. He's always been immolated, and the only people who have interacted with him are the servants. This opens up an 18th slot for a mysterious person who looks like Beatrice to be the 18th person. Granted, I can't explain Natsuhi interacting with Kinzo in episode 1. That is a very good theory. I think that is very creative and very good. Especially because, like, yeah, I mean, you know, there is that problem with Natsuhi speaking to him, but I mean, you could just explain it away as Natsuhi lying if you wanted to, but then that would also cast some extra suspicion on her during episode 1, so I don't know. But yeah, good thought. I like that you're thinking about how the fact of, like, the fact of who all has seen him or who are the only people who have seen him. Considering that we've now gotten that explanation of, like, the Schrodinger's cat and all that stuff, that, like, all of these scenes, we have to question the perspectives of whoever is actually in those scenes. However, I will preempt some part of this discussion real quick, just to say to anybody who is new to this series, even if a scene where something magic happens or something happens that ends up later getting revealed as not having happened or whatever else, like if there's something like that, please do not instinctively jump to write it off as meaningless. Because even in a scene that technically, quote-unquote, does not happen, I will guarantee you this, and I will guarantee it in the red truth, too. Every scene where something that does not literally happens still has a shred of emotional truth to it. There are still important things about it. So, there you go. Don't write it off. I don't know if that was quite loud enough, but I didn't turn up the volume, so... Also, yeah, Shannon and George's relationship is definitely... Why did it scroll down? Shannon and George's relationship is definitely a good enough thing. George and Shannon were childhood friends in a weird way, but George is honestly just nice, but not her way. But, like, yeah, it is still just like a... Yeah, it's very much Shannon being like, yeah, good enough. I'll just go with it. I can set the age gap aside specifically due to childhood friends bit. Barely, but oh god, they're a horrible match in more ways than age. Yeah, it's tricky. There's a lot going on there. I'm personally uncomfortable with the age gap, period, but, like, yeah, there are a lot of factors that go into this. The character profiles of the last murder scene, though. Did Kyrie kill while she was dying? Natsuhi also made a brain tulpa of Kinzo. She has a huge complex about being part of the family. That is true. And we know that that is a thing that people can do for one reason or another. For the second one, I think Kyrie realized something was up with Eva and Hideyoshi, so she took them to the mansion to confront him, but he panicked and they ended up shooting each other. I don't know about the stakes, though. Perhaps. As someone who's read through Jekyll and Hyde, I'm obligated to say that the moral was that Jekyll kept trying to deny his bad impulses by using a disguise. Hyde is not a different person. Yes, good point. Don't really remember any of the ones from this stream, honestly. Okay, we can look back over the deaths in just a second. Question, do we get an explanation of all the murders later on? Yeah, Arhabaki Gaming kind of answered it, barely. You do kind of have to piece a lot of this stuff together yourself retroactively. But if you come upon the solution of the greater mystery, then everything does kind of just fall into place. You can figure it out pretty promptly from there. Let me revise my theory a bit. In episode 3, Beatrice exists, but since the epitaph has been stopped, Ava did the next killings due to her selfishness. Yeah, I figured that's what you were getting at. Corporal's theory that Kinzo was already dead would explain why his body is always burned, since it would hide how rotten his body is and throw off the time of death. Yeah, I mean, like, because everybody else is being killed in different ways. But Kinzo is very consistent. So maybe the 7 stakes aren't technically real, but still represent the motive for certain murders. Possibly, but they are finding the physical objects still. Honestly, would prefer the age wasn't a thing, since it isn't even used appropriately for the text. Yeah, like, yeah, I do think that there are certain ways in which it is being deliberately examined. And some of those come up later. But, that being said, I do still think, personally, from my own perspective, that the relationship is not examined critically enough by the text itself. That's just my view. but that's how I feel about it. But that being said, I don't think it is viewed with no critical lens in the text. That will come up later. But, yeah. I don't know if the stakes being real, they have human motives in their descriptions. Yeah. Also not a theory, but does Beatrice actually like Battler? Because I am so confused what is happening with this woman. I don't know. Why is she doing this? What does she have these viewpoints for? I don't know. Who's to say? Was Kinzo burned in episode 2? He was, at the end. He got immolated, yes. Beatrice set him on fire. I've been using these streams as a way of trying to retroactively piece together a real killing interpretation under science side. I do think the George thing was like unnecessary. I don't think the manga version closely examines it well enough to justify it. The VN vomits words absolutely profusely, so I can't say anything past the manga version. Yeah, the manga does touch on some things a little bit more directly than I think the VN should have, but to my memory, I don't believe that there's quite... Yeah, I still don't think that there's like much more elaborating that's done on George in the manga as compared to the VN. I still have no idea who the hell real person who looks like Beatrice is. Is she Kinzo's daughter from the Beatrice who died before in the 1960s? I believe there was some kind of infighting during the later Twilights. The locked room circle is confusing. It almost feels like two separate murder mysteries. Some parts of the manga are too blunt to me, considering the themes of truth and perspective present in Umineko, but it's a really good refresher. You see, yeah, that's like, I'm not going to get too into it, because, again, I don't want to spoil anything, but that's kind of how I feel about it in a lot of ways. It's like, on one hand, yes, it does have the actual solutions to a lot of these things, and while I'm not the type of person that's like, oh, the manga's bullshit, it's not real, like, I do still believe that those explanations are the reality of Umineko's canon. However, because of like the way some things are handled in the VN specifically later on, I do think that showing it all that bluntly was maybe a little bit of a misstep, at least as far as the themes are concerned. But, you know, that's just me. And I still think that those answers are perfectly like satisfying and they make sense. You know, I'm not one of those people that's like, oh, Ryukishi's lying actually, fuck him. Because, no. Like, he created it. So I think he knows what he's talking about. But, you know. I think I said this earlier, but Beato's resembling her immature, sheltered captive counterpart more in this episode. The 1,000-year-old witch still has some growing up to do. That is an interesting parallel to examine, yes. Do you notice how similar Jessica and Ava is with the pressure of them being feminine? Yeah, they definitely have similar struggles, and it's interesting in the way that Ava actually has, at different points, sort of weaponized misogynistic things against Jessica in a way to get like a leg up for George and stuff like that. And then she kind of admonishes herself in her own inner dialogue where she's like, shit, I shouldn't be doing that. That's exactly what my siblings did to me. It's just a vicious cycle. I've heard the manga is more straightforward because of backlash Ryukishi got when the VN didn't have a clear ending. I wouldn't say that that's necessarily true. From what I've heard from reading what Ryukishi had to say about it, basically his decision to make the manga more clear wasn't necessarily out of a result of any backlash, but more just because he felt like the manga may be his last opportunity to depict those things in a clear way, because it was one of the last times that Umineko was being adapted in a completed format. So, you know, like, he just wanted at that point, he was like, well, everybody has been loyally reading my work up until this point. I might as well give them what they're asking for. Because, yeah, like, according to him, basically, like, the way he said it, he's like, you know, after all, a cat box, you know, like, it's not even a box if it's not opened eventually, so I have to open it at some point. So yeah. And then also at the same time, he kind of like put in some little director's cut things that he wanted to, like, that he kind of regretted not putting in the original VN, and the, like, you know, kind of helped solidify the themes of the last episode and stuff like that. So I guess the manga has qualities that diminish qualities that you really enjoyed from the VN? Sort of. I wouldn't even say it necessarily diminishes my enjoyment. I just think it kind of goes back on some of the things that the VN tried to establish in a way that I think is weird. It's just like, you know, the VN is very much about, like, interpreting and uncovering these things for yourself and, like, you know, not having the answers handed to you. And so in a way, I feel like the manga just kind of coming out and being like, here's the answers, is like, I don't know, it's a little weird. And that ties into some stuff with another character as well, but I can't get into that until way fucking later. So yeah, you know, we'll circle back to the manga a while from now. Do you think this series gets a proper dub someday? I heard about the Kickstarter. I honestly don't know. I don't know what the status of that will be. I don't know what will happen. It's anybody's guess. I would love if Umineko Gold actually does happen one day, but I don't know. It rode away on a white horse and it hasn't come back for me yet. So, maybe someday. Okay. What was I gonna do? Oh, right. Somebody wanted to see the deaths. I'm gonna turn off Carry a Map Pat for a second so I can go back over the deaths. Okay, so first, let's go in order. Ushirimiya Rosa died in the Rose Garden with her medulla oblongata having been pierced by the spear-shaped parts of the fence. If Maria's death hadn't been murder, it might have been possible to suspect an accident. It was this very woman who became the sacrifice for the birth of the new witch. Next, Maria. Corpse discovered in the Rose Garden. The cause of death is strangulation, probably barehanded. Thinking about the situation, it seems reasonable to think that she was killed after Rosa, and then her blood became the red ink for the witch's oath. Then, we have Rudolph, died in the mansion's hall with his forehead having been pierced by a weapon shaped like a stake. From now on, they will have to be finished off with stakes, apparently. Vulgar. Kyrie, died in the mansion's hall with her stomach having been pierced by a weapon shaped like a stake. The stomach isn't a very lethal spot. Wouldn't it have been okay to kill her by a safer method and just stick a stake in the corpse? And then finally, Hideyoshi died in the mansion's hall with his chest having been pierced by a weapon shaped like a stake. Careless. Who knew she was still alive? So there you go. That's all the deaths. Once again. Okay. Let's see, what are some of the things you said between then? If we ever get to a point where it's clear someone died without a struggle, I'm gonna blame the sleeping pills. And it's a tool. It's a tool for speculation. Anyone could have stolen drugs out of a bag if they knew about them. That is also true. As a mystery enthusiast buff who has ADHD autism that makes me interpret shit entirely too literally, I don't think the manga was explicit enough to ruin my enjoyment, so... that's fair enough. It varies from person to person. Is Avatricia gonna come back for the next loop? I decline to comment. Is this gonna include which side deaths? Which side deaths? Oh, I don't think they do which side deaths anymore after episode 1. Unless it's like the human characters. But yeah, I don't think you can like hit execute on any of the witch characters past episode 1. Because I don't even think it was supposed to be possible in the menu in the first place. It was just kind of an oversight. And they had to add funny stuff for it. Like I said before, if I had enough money to fund one project, it would honestly be an Umineko anime, although it would probably have to be 8 whole seasons long. No, yeah, I think if you were gonna do an Umineko anime, you should probably just take the manga and try to adapt that into an anime format. Can we compare these to the first 6 sacrifices descriptions? Listen. I looked at the 6 sacrifices descriptions last time. You can go back to that stream to look at them. I'm not saying go do it yourself, or anything like that. But I gotta get out of here in a minute. But we can go back over the deaths again at the end of the episode too. Wait. Who knew she was still alive? Oh, I don't know. I'm realizing that that unorganized killing theory doesn't actually make sense with the stakes. The only witch side death is like Belphegor. Oh, you mean like yeah. I don't think they necessarily I don't think they have like descriptions for that. I don't think they do that. Especially because like I don't think they died necessarily. They just lost a fight. Who is still alive? Kyrie? I don't know. Red truths would be hard to adapt though. Maybe the characters glow red and do the red truth sound. Well, they basically did that kind of thing in the original anime where it was like the screen kind of had like a red gradient thing going on to it, and then their words literally appeared in red on the screen and like coiled around them and flew around the screen and all that shit. It's like good enough. It's not like the coolest way you could do it, but that was how they did it in the original anime. Stomach isn't a good place to kill, and who knew she was still alive or connected? Possibly. You look at her, you know she knows. She has that glint in her eyes. The artist did a really good job. Daniel. We all know that your art is good, and we all know that everybody should go and commission art from you. We all know this. Pachinko animation version is so funny to me. It's so fun, fast-paced and frantic. Yeah, the Pachinko game it's something. Okay. No. You're not desperate. I think that it is perfectly fine to shill for yourself. Any fan art this stream? I don't think so. When I checked it a minute ago, we didn't have anything, but I will check again just in case. Nope, we do not have any for today. Which, to be fair, makes sense. We had to reschedule pretty suddenly, but if anybody's got other Umineko fan art to send, obviously you can feel free to drop it in that Twitter and Tumblr tag for next time, and I will get around to it when we next have a stream. What's the... Tofu, I can't read that off. Delete that message. Get that out of here. Get that out of here. Don't talk about that. Don't talk about that. We can't talk about Golden Fantasia around here. It's okay. I'll forgive you. I'll forgive you, but first I get it now. I'm just... God, sorry. Do you guys... That's such an obscure reference. Oh, fuck. Anybody in the chat that recognizes this line gets like a, I don't know, from some fucking cookie or something. The I can forgive you, but first I gotta kill you. You can figure that one out on your own. And you recognize the AA reference for Rosa's death? Oh shit, yeah, she did fall on a fence, that's right. Oh my god, just like that one guy, whose name I can't remember. It was like D. Vasquez's boyfriend or whatever. I don't know. Whatever. No, I know Jack Hammer fell on the fence, but there was another guy before that that died on the fence in the exact same way. That's what I was talking about. Manuel, that's right, it was Manuel. Sorry for the abrupt Ace Attorney spoilers in this stream. Maria is Cody Hackett? I don't know. The Steel Samurai exists! Okay. I think we've said enough here. I think that it's time to end the stream now. But once again, thanks for joining me, everybody. I had a great time, and we are going to finish episode 3 next week. And then after that, we'll probably take a little break from Umineko for like a week again, like we have been doing between episodes. Maybe we'll do some more Danganronpa and another between them. I don't know. We'll see what happens. But until then, I'll see you all later. Thanks. Goodbye.